mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandi Ovar, gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because it's awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome.
So creative.
This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori.
Download sekarang. Pasti beli. Gratis ongkir.
Gratis ongkir.
Download sekarang.
Pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Jadi ini orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah mau yang mana. Terus kayak dia jawab kayak RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Pekerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas lagi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita
live from MPL Arena. MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The battle for the playoff slot gets even more heated here in Week 5, day number 3, where Alter Ego are going to face off against Rebellion Zion. Welcome to the English desk of MPL ID Season 10. Here we have Mirko, Eterna, and whoa, we got an import from Konoha, Choji.
I'm the retired ninja who switched gear into the shoutcasting world, particularly analyst. The name's Choji.
Nice to meet you, Choji. Welcome
Nice to meet
the
you
English
too.
desk.
Nice to meet you too.
But we got a crazy lineup of matches here today. Well, crazy isn't the right word to put it. I think awesome is a better word that captures the essence of Season 10. Speaking of awesome though, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can check out the new Samsung Galaxy A33 because it is here with all the crazy specs. Choji, tell us a little bit about the specs here.
Well, I could say that from the specs, this phone is designed to play. This phone is designed to last long enough to make you can feel the world around you full on day one.
Isn't it awesome, Eterna?
Awesome. I heard it has 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of memory as well, and the refresh rate is so superb, AMOLED screen as well, and it's 5G ready.
Wow, just a complete phone already, ladies and gentlemen. But right as we're talking about an awesome phone, Season 10 has been awesome for this reason right here. The standings, unpredictable. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A33, A53, and A73 5G.
Now this is where things get a little bit more interesting, right? We have seen a lot of unexpected victories, but coming into these standings, the only thing that I feel is different from last season is the fact that our RQ Hoshi is not at that first place position, but they're in their 4th. So that is the main shakeup. But today we are going to see Alter Ego going against Rebellion Zion. And looking at the lineup, it seems like Nino is going to be back in that gold lane, replacing Ahmad, who played yesterday.
Yeah, if we see Ahmad's performance yesterday, they were going really good, but not good enough to make a win for Alter Ego members. So I think from this point of view, we can see that Alter Ego is trying to make a new strategy, maybe with Nino coming in and in the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that yesterday,
Yeah.
Ahmad stepping in for Nino. It didn't particularly work out, but with Nino coming
really
back,
well, yeah.
we know that he's just such a consistent member on this team, and he makes so many of those plays happen.
Yep, of course, and we cannot forget about the mid lane and the gold lane. Heroes are now is really important in the meta because they are the damage pillars of their team, representative damage dealers. If we look at the hero pool, we can see that some of it, like Beatrix, Popol Koopa, Cloud, there usually becomes the highest damage per minute count in the statistic. Even so, in the mid lane area, we can see that the damage is not so high, but at least they're having the key potential of zoning into the team fight and making a safer team fight for the team.
You're right. And when we think about Alter Ego, the main pillar, I do believe, is Pi. So
Yes.
we are going to watch these players go into the tunnel cam here by the Head and Shoulders. And talking about Pi, Mirko, he's going to be the highlighted player.
Ramply, the Riot XP laner, the man that's literally just on a Riot every single game with his hero picks. He's always picking those aggressive XP laners, and he just dominates throughout the lane, even roaming across the board. He's a good mix of both of the styles in the XP lane, roaming, staying in lane. You can see that he is truly the pillar of Alter Ego. Whenever he does well, he carries the team. He knows exactly who to target in these team fights. With this remarkable hero, he has performed the best on the Paquito, 4 times picked up, 50% win rate. He's also taken a whole lot of damage, but that's not a specialty in my opinion. Coming into the kill participation, again, 49%. He's a good mix of the two, but I do still think that his laning is what sets him apart from the others. As now, he's coming into the stage with confidence. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego.
The Brotherhood, that is Alter Ego. Season 6 being their prime. They are coming back now here in MPL ID Season 10 with the main 5 as Nino is going to be stepping in. They are going to be bringing their A game despite suffering a loss against Geek Fam 2-0.
Yeah, that's something that they need to fix ASAP. And one thing that Miracle missed, actually, he's the second most damage taken in this season by 2.5 million damage has been taken by Pi. He's taking this second place in the damage taken, and that means he's a sponge damage. He's going out there in the front line, taking some damage in order to what? In order to make a safer team fight for the alter egos, remember? And even so, his characteristic, one thing that really become his selling point is that he likes to rush in. He likes to make a momentum solo, and then he's going to shot call it for the rest of the alter ego member team.
I agree, but Alter Ego Esports now, they're going head-to-head here with the 8th place position Rebellion Zion. And if we take a look at their match history, it hasn't been too smooth of a ride. You can say they have suffered a lot of losses in the past, also against Alter Ego, and they've won twice against Aura and RRQ. So very mixed results, we can say, as now they're stepping into the tunnel cam here by the Head and Shoulders. And my, oh my, when we're talking about Rebellion Zion,
yeah, we're gonna take a look at one particular player. If we have Pi on the other team, here it is, the Blues Army, Dyron. Very similar playstyle to Pi, but he does put more emphasis on laning. So it's going to be an interesting matchup here. Coming into this matchup, again, Dyron, obviously, he also rotates. That's what you expect from an XP laner. But what makes him special is that he's able to find such a massive lead, just laning alone, so that he can translate it to kills on the board, jumping in and helping his team when it matters, when it's necessary. His remarkable hero is the Esmeralda. 3 times picked up, 33% win rate, but he doesn't take as much damage as Pi. Like you mentioned, Pi is number 2. Dyron, he deals more damage, and he just stays in lane, taking those turrets down with obviously a lower kill participation as well. He wants that lane dominance up against Pi. Don't scream too loud. That's a message he wants to send over to Alter Ego. Welcome to the stage, the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Zion.
Their performance so far has still been quite inconsistent, right? They were forced to suffer a loss 2-1 against Bigatron yesterday. And the thing that I'd like to highlight and that we've mentioned before is the draft. So let's see if this time around they can draft their way into that victory and of course to overthrow Geek Fam in that 7th place position.
But hey, you know, I believe in changes, and maybe because we have passed the first leg of the season, maybe they could have do some changes. Maybe they have read their mistake, and even when I see Dyron, he also loves to use Paquito, so there may be a contest about Paquito in the near draft pick.
Right before the show, I actually got to speak with Coach Chico.
Yeah.
And it does seem, again, he's mentioned it to me many times that in scrims, they do really well. It's about that stage fright. And right now, you can see the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders.
Yeah. If we look at the team head-to-head, we can see that Alter Ego Esports mostly has the most statistic upper than Rebellion Zion. We can see that one thing that Rebellion Zion do better than Alter Ego Esports is the Lord by... I mean, like 9% margin is kind of big. Makes like Rebellion Zion maybe could be more focusing on the objectives such as Lords or maybe Turtles. But in the Turtle section, they are falling behind a bit by 10%. But we know that Turtle is the most important in the early stages of the game. But if we enter the late game area where the goal is not really that matters anymore, makes the Lord even more engaging for the Rebellion Zion team.
Yeah, you're right. And another thing to highlight from that team head-to-head is although Alter Ego Esports seem to prevail in almost all those categories and those statistics, Rebellion Zion actually has a bigger hero pool to work with. So with that in mind, what are exactly the keys to victory here by Axe for Rebellion?
Well, the keys to victory by Axe, we can see that first off, respect ban to Fanny, because we all know Fanny has a big early game potential, and as we do see before in the statistic, we can see that Rebellion Zion is really good at taking the Lords, and so if it's combined by a good Fanny in the early game, it will be a disaster for Alter Ego Esports. And the rest of it, I think from the draft, because in my opinion, the draft is like 70% more effective then I'm sorry, the comparison is 70% more important than the in-game plays. 30% just for the in-game plays. And this is the keys to victory by X for the Alter Ego Esports. Be disciplined and not overextend, because the one characteristic that I always see with Alter Ego Esports is they are having no plans in the late game area. I think it's about 25 minutes and up. That's the moment where Alter Ego is doing like, okay, we just walk it off. We can do whatever we like. If there's a chance to take down someone, we take it down. If there's a chance to take down the Lord, we take it down.
Yeah, you're right. So those are the keys to victory for the side of Alter Ego, and also prioritize Udil's heroes. I think Julian is going to be a huge hero for Alter Ego to take them to victory. And if we take a look at the match history for Alter Ego Esports, it seems like they have gotten way more wins, and that's quite self-explanatory, realizing where they are in the standings. Right now, Alter Ego, if I'm not mistaken, is in that 5th place, but the one thing that we can highlight here so far is Alter Ego is sitting at a 2-times lose streak, losing against ONIC as well as GeekFam. So the question is, with a shake of momentum, do you think that Alter Ego Esports are in that headspace to be able to take this against Rebellion Zion?
They are a very momentum-based team. We've mentioned this so many times. When they are able to get those first few wins in the season, they translate it to a win streak usually. But now, 2 losses in a row. 2 massive losses against ONIC Esports, and yesterday up against GeekFam. GeekFam, a team that hasn't really performed so far in Season 10 up until yesterday. So with that in mind, Alter Ego are definitely going to have to curdle or try to hop off that hurdle. Wijanarko, though, he works like a bull here with the #1 highest kill participation. He's everywhere on the map.
Yeah, 80% kill participation is something that it's really high, and it's really contributional for the team itself. But Alter Ego, if in my opinion, when I see the match yesterday, I can see that the draws are okay, but the gameplay, the game plan in the late game area, just like I said before, it's kind of not really straight up like the GeekFam players. But now we're going into the ban and pick section for Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Alter Ego on the blue side, Rebellion Zion opting for that red side. And you can see already, for the first bans in this series, we're already seeing respect from both Rebellion and Alter Ego. Suelo's hero picked off, Nino's hero also banned out. Then just a meta ban towards the Akai.
You're right, still the same bans here coming through for both of the teams, and we can expect heroes like perhaps the Beatrix, who still has been a very huge factor in the winnings of whoever is able to pick it up first. So Beatrix is still on the table, Faramis, Valentina, as well as that Fanny that was in one of the keys to victory for Alter Ego.
Yeah, we can see that from the banning area. 1-1 and Fanny has been banned by Rebellion Zion, but Alter Ego Esports, they are banning towards Yves and Akai, which means we can see that Valentina, Faramis, even so we can see Balman is still lying around, waiting to be banned.
Yeah, we have seen the Balman come through many times. We have seen the Fanny. The Fanny will be banned this time around by Rebellion. I do want to point out that for both of these teams, Boy and Fearless, they haven't really been able to find a whole lot of success on the Fanny. So banning it out here means that Rebellion, they're a little bit more scared of Boy's Fanny than Alter Ego are against Rebellion. Faramis, though, final ban for Alter Ego, just trying to get or put off that hero away, because again, Alter Ego, they like playing for that early game. Neutral objective control is how you win those early fights.
Both of them like to do that, though. That's the thing. This is going to be not a clash of playstyles, but a similar type of playstyle comparison coming in from Alter Ego as well as Rebellion. Both of them like to play very aggressive in that early game. So Rebellion Zion now have a choice. Do they want to let the Beatrix go? I do think it would be a mistake, but no. Rebellion Zion, they're actually going to ban out Leo Murphy's Cho first, which leaves the option for Alter Ego Esports to pick up that Beatrix.
Well, if Alter Ego takes the Beatrix off the shelf, and that means that Rebellion Zion still, I think, in my opinion, they can still fight in the early games with some of the roamer that can babysit towards the gold lane, like such as Diggy, because Diggy is still open until now, and even so, if Beatrix has been taken by Alter Ego, they still have Valentina to get it up in the mid lane area, and by Valentina's pick on the Rebellion Zion side, it will be a little tricky decision for Alter Ego Esports, because they have to remember that Valentina can copy everyone's ult, and that is going to narrow down the most impactful ultimates from the heroes so that Alter Ego can fix.
That's the thing, the ultimate pressure coming in from Rebellion Zion if they do go for the Valentina. But again, fun little fact here, Beatrix is still standing at a 100% win rate since week 4. All the way to week 5, they let go of the Valentina. Rebellion Zion, they opted to go for a Paquito and a Julian. What?
This is spicy. I say this because these are the two heroes that make Alter Ego so strong, taking it away from Pai and as well as taking the power pick from Udil in that Julian. But on the flip side, Rebellion Zion, they have found a lot of success on the Paquito, understanding that this is Tyrant's power pick. So very scary right now. So right now they are going to be opting for those two picks as Alter Ego Esports have the option to pick up the Valentina. So now Rebellion Zion, they need to draft around this. Try not to use make or break ultimates for Alter Ego to use to their advantage. The last pick here is going to be the Esmeralda, like Miracle mentioned earlier. So they are trying to make sure that they win that EXP lane.
The interesting things here in Rebellion Zion side, they have two potential jungler. They have Paquito, they have Julian, and if we assume that Paquito is going to be the jungler and the Julian going to the mid lane, the head-to-head between Valentina and Julian will not be look so good to Rebellion Zion because as we know, Valentina, when she's snowball in the early game, she got a passive. But if she's being snowballed, she's not going to get the passive at all, which the passive is getting more XP by every damage that she make in an interval about 2 seconds.
And on that note, Rebellion Zion have actually opted to take the Balman here in the first phase.
Okay.
This is interesting, right? Because one, Balman is usually banned in that second phase to deny it away, especially if the Akai has been banned in that first phase. Second of all, we know that Ouija Narco's hero pool is so limited. Mirko as well as Choji. So Alter Ego actually have the possibility to deny, let's say, the Matilda from Ouija Narco, who he's found so much success. I mean, he has #1 KP because of that Matilda.
The Matilda pick has been massive for Rebellion Zion. We've only seen Ouija Narco on 3 heroes so far in Season 10. That's the Ruby, the Rafaela, and the Matilda. They go for the Lolita ban, but we also have a comment here from Rebellion Zion's Fearless. Sully Boy's Fanny is awesome. It should be banned up, and he's staying true with the quote, going for that Fanny ban. Now with the Lolita ban, though, it really does show that Rebellion, they want to go for a marksman. That's literally what they're going for with the ban, right? Maybe a Claude, maybe a Brody. I'm leaning more towards the Claude, but Alter Ego have the chance to just ban it out.
Well, from my perspective, I think that Claude will be a good pick for the Rebellion Zion because as we can see that three players from Rebellion Zion, they pick all 3 of the heroes with a close combat situational team fight. Which means that Rebellion Zion, if they include Cloud in their team fight, it will be a massive area of effect damage from Rebellion Zion. But with Cloud that has been banned, it means Rebellion Zion has been left with Cloud, Cloud, Brody, or maybe Melissa.
Yeah, and they have not opted to ban Ouija Narco's heroes at all. And on that note, Leo Murphy actually has a quote. Ouija Narco plays more as a support, whereas Val, he usually goes for those tanky heroes. But both of them, whichever playstyle that they like to go for, they have to watch out for both of them.
Coming into the second phase, the last 2 bans for Rebellion and Alter Ego. Rebellion, they are going to go for the Atlas ban. Again, trying to just narrow down Leo Murphy's hero pool. We have seen this before many times actually. Alter Ego, all the way since Season 6, when Leo Murphy doesn't get his comfort heroes, he doesn't perform well in the Land of Dawn. And that's what Rebellion Zion are trying to replicate.
But from what I'm seeing, Alter Ego Esports with Esmeralda, Valentina, and also Beatrix, I think they just need someone to cover in the frontline area. Not a big momentum player, not a big kidnapper, but just a big HP heroes that can sustain in the frontline area. Or maybe they can pick some momentum heroes such as Franco, because as we can see that with Balmon in mind, we have to remember that Balmon has 2 retribution in his hand, which means that using a Franco will deny that retribution when it comes to contesting the Lord itself.
I agree. I think Balman has huge neutral objective pressure like the Akai, but the problem is They know that. They understand that. How do you stop someone like the Balman? Someone like the Lolita can do that. And so they ban that away, right? Alter Ego Esports in this scenario would be very good with the Franco-Beatrix combo. I agree.
Yeah.
But Rebellion Zion now actually have the chance to take it away.
It's going to be tough, very tough for Rebellion because, again, looking at the player sheets here in terms of the picks, Pies hasn't played a whole lot of Clint games. He's only played the Wanwan, Beatrix, Claude. I don't even think he's played the Popo and Koopa. Lunox, there you go. So, very limited hero pool. Finally now he is going to pick the Clint, but this is not within his comfort heroes. He hasn't picked this before. And it's going to be interesting to see how he performs on the Clint.
Well, for the laning phase, if we had to head around Clint and Beatrix, we can see that actually in the early laning phase, Clint will have an advantage by the range instead of Beatrix using Nibiru, or maybe he can use Renner. But the problem is Renner's accuracy in the early game is kind of meh. It's kind of hard to direct it straight to Clint because of the minions. But as I said, Franco is popping out for Alter Egos.
Whoa.
And the Phobius
what?
too. Phobius up against a Julian, a Paquito, technically Bauman, and everyone on the side of Rebellion Zion can actually proc that demonic force, right? So Alter Ego, this is one of Pie's signature picks. Back in Season 9, it was literally their signature pick. Rebellion Zion need to answer though. No Esme Jungle. It's Esme Jungle.
No way. Sally Boy picking
Sally
up an
Boy.
Esmeralda jungle?
Yeah.
That's his debut, Mirko.
It is. We've mentioned this many times. Sally Boy usually finds success on those assassin heroes, on the marksman heroes, just the damage dealing ones. On the Esmeralda, it's going to be very interesting to see again how he performs as well. Rebellion though, final pick this time.
Yeah, they did mage. So wait, what? No. Okay, no really burst magic damage for Rebellion Zion. They are opting to the Julian on the mid lane side. So this is quite interesting because when I see the Rebellion Zion draft picks, they are opting for a really big team fight, but not with a high ground team fight. And this will be some trouble when they are on the defending side.
I think the audience also agrees with you. We see 70% audience prediction by TikTok there for the side of Alter Ego instead. And I don't agree with you there. I do think Rebellion Zion, they do have the burst, but what they're lacking is range. And when range is an issue against the composition that Alter Ego have brought with the Beatrix, with the Valentina, with the kill pressure coming in from Franco, this is going to be a tough game.
For Rebellion, they need to play within their winning lanes. The Paquito has some kill pressure, so does the Clint. Fearless has to rotate constantly on the map on that Julian if he wants to make an impact, because ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hop into the land of Dawn. Game number 1, Rebellion Zion versus Alter Ego.
Okay, we can see that, as I said before, the threat for Rebellion Zion in the first game is by doing some really close-up team fight, but as we see with Alter Ego Esports, opting for Esmeralda, opting for the Beatrix, Valentina, and also Vilvius and also Franco, they can do some kiting damage. They can do some kiting team fight, and that will make a prolonged team fight that, okay, maybe yes, Rafaela is on the Rebellion Zion side. She can make some HP recovery, but not as long as Alter Ego Esports with the Pi in mind.
With that being said, we can already feel a little bit of kill pressure here for the side of Alter Ego Esports. Leo Murphy so far has not been playing as aggressive as we're usually accustomed to, because he usually now plays backing up Udil and backing up Sally Boy. But right now here, he is going to be taking a lot of damage.
A whole lot of damage. Swaylo pushing it onto him. Leo Murphy, oh, still able to get out there. Swaylo almost taking him down. They might actually be looking to invade the jungle, but knowing Esmeralda on the Demon Slayer clears very fast, they opt to back off.
We can see that Alter Ego Esports are going to be lacking in terms of that mobility. Rebellion Zion do have Rafaela to zoom around the map, but oh my god, Swaylo is going to be caught out here first blood by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and Alter Ego Esports, they're roaming to look for another pickoff on the board.
Yeah, they have to do some early fights in early game, because like I said before, Valentina's passive is when the enemies are lower in the XP. section, it means that Valentina will have more XP than Rebellion Zion's player, and that will make a really good snowball in the early game for the Alter Ego Esports. But we can see that the turtle has been spawned, and this will be some turning point for Rebellion Zion if Fearless can take down the turtle.
We'll see. 2 retributions for Rebellion Zion, basically with the lethal counter. Suelo already trying to open up the map a little bit more, but Udil is going to jump onto Wijanarko. Remember though, with Fearless, he has the lethal counter and the retry, but Udil has stolen that lethal counter too. So technically, they also have 2 retributions. Sullyboy 1 level down against Fearless though. They're gonna go on to the turtle. Udil still in the mid lane. It's a battle of retributions, but Leo Murphy finds the hook onto Wijanarko. Sullyboy jumps in with a falling star moon, unable to finish Wijanarko off. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Dyron gets a kill. Sullyboy caught against 2 members, still able to dodge away, but can't dodge away from the enhanced chain that enables Dyron to get that double kill. Here though, we also have the town prediction by Axe. That's quite mixed.
It is quite mixed. 2 members from the side of the Indonesian casters have actually said that Rebellion Zion have the better draft, and so far it looks like it's actually going to plan. So far, Rebellion Zion with the very aggressive early game composition, they have been able to get a lot of objectives on the board, plus 2 kills as well. Alter Ego Esports have yet to respond to this.
Alter Ego Esports looks like they're conflicting on the what to do and what purpose does Franco has to do with Wijanarko. As we can see that when Franco hooks to Wijanarko, Esmeralda seems confused. Which one should he take? Should he take the turtle or should he take the kill on Esmeralda? And that makes a big mistake on Alter Ego Esports.
What the heck? Tyron, the man that we expect to stay in lane just to clear out the wave. He's actually the one pushing the pace on the Paquito, roaming way more than Phoveus, Pi. Not really able to create any impact so far in the game. Still 0-0-0. But with Dyron roaming, they secure another kill. 3-1 Rebellion.
To be honest, Alter Ego Esports, they're going to be a tough matchup to go for in that mid to late game because they need those power spikes to hit. Whereas from the side of Rebellion Zion, they aren't as dependent. Dyron already a very unstoppable force here, especially on his power pick. You can see the impact that he has in the game. Whereas Phoveus, he needs his items, and that's going to need a little bit more time.
And take a look at the level advantage that Fearless has been able to actually get already early on. He might actually get level 8 here, putting himself 2 levels above of Sullyboy right as the turtle spawns. Meanwhile, Suelo able to dish out the damage onto Udil. Dyron again rotating faster than Phoveus. Leo Murphy, though, with the Bloody Hunt, is able to find Suelo. The damage comes through from Nino, who's not able to find the kill. He flickers forward as well. A massive resource spent, and Rebellion, they take the victory in the second neutral objective fight. Turtle Slain, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, from what I'm seeing, that Rebellion Zion, since they are invading the jungle area on the Alter Ego Esports, particularly on the orange buff, it makes the Sullyboy 1 level gap between Fearless. And if we look at the emblems, yes, both of the junglers using Demon Slayer, but again, lethal counter is really dangerous in the early game because of the turtle potential, and that snowball potential will make Alter Ego Esports really losing on the resource at the first 5 minutes of the game. But if we see to the marksman area, the emblem is the same, weapon mastery, so in the early advantages, it's just depending on which one has been babysit more than the others.
The problem now is Rebellion Zion, they definitely have that neutral objective control. They even have the turret here in the bottom side, and Alter Ego Esports, with their pickoff comp, even they're not able to translate that into anything so far. And this is something similar that we saw yesterday when ONIC went against RRQ. RRQ had the better pressure using the Akai, but ONIC Esports were still able to level it out and look for trades across the board, and this is not happening for Alter Ego.
Sullyboy gonna get clapped. Fearless with the lethal counter, taking the kill for himself. Alter Ego finally, though, are able to actually look for compensation. Getting a turret up top with Leo Murphy roaming there. But they got to be careful. Both of them trying to read each other out in the bushes. Leo Murphy goes for a cheeky hook. Wijanarko just out of range, barely there. As he also tries to open up the map. 3 members versus 4 in the mid lane. Pi is rotated, but look at Dyron. Again, classic Dyron, always staying in lane.
From what I've seen from my ninja eyes, I can see that Sullyboy has the second lowest gold in Alter Ego Esports member. if I'm talking about gold, it's not necessarily about damage. It's about sustainability. What sustainability? The sustainability to contest turtles like this. Which means that Rebellion Zion, until this point, they have taken 3 turtles consecutively. Meaning that the resource will be far much better than Alter Ego Esports. And this position is not really good for Alter Ego Esports. We can see that some of the Rebellion Zion players are invading the jungle, from Rafaela and Julian also, and Paquito in the bottom lane. He always seen Fofius, and with Fofius just making 1 item in the damage area, and that is Clock of Destiny, that is not enough at all to take down Paquito with his really fast dash.
But when it comes down to it, although Alter Ego Esports are far behind in a sense, it seems like they are still keeping up in terms of that EXP. Highs and Nino, look at their EXP. It's not too far off. You can see that the Beatrix is also still looking for things across the board, looking for compensation, trying to get the goal, trying to reset power spike, but on the bottom side.
Oh, Boy barely getting out of that knockout strike. I do agree with what you said though, Eterna. It does feel like even though Rebellion Zion have more map pressure, they have a pretty substantial gold lead as well, and 3 turtles to their name, which gives them a little bit more XP. Nino has been farming like a storm. This man hasn't really been the target for Rebellion Zion, and if he continues to do this, he's going to be a massive threat when we get into the late game actually, but nope, Nino gonna get caught there, still able to run away. Lethal counter by Fearless. Nino, oh my god, 1 HP, not even close.
Well, that's the problem, Mirko. You have the damage dealer, but you do not have the frontliner inside of Alter Ego Esports, making the damage kind of useless at this point because Beatrix cannot input their damage to the Rebellion Zion.
They can punish Pi. No, it's going to be Boy who jumps in again. That's Leo Murphy caught in the Holy Baptism, and Sway Low seals his fate. Nino, so far, is unable to do anything, not even connecting on that shot on Highs. Highs knows it. He's going for these swag recalls. And Rebellion Zion currently are schooling Alter Ego. Dyron coming in. Nino, you're not going to be able to run him for... Whoa, he actually is able to, but he baits Dyron in. Boy now caught. Nope, no, Dyron was caught by Boy, but he's still able to run away for now. Finally, going to be able to get the kill there on to Dyron. At least some compensation, but Rebellion, every single time you trade, they're always looking for something else. They secure the Lord, and this is starting to look grim for Alter Ego.
That's the problem that we always talk about Alter Ego Esports. Sure, even when they're ahead, even though this time they're not, but even when they're ahead, they get the kill pressure, they get the pickoffs on the board, but they aren't able to convert that onto the objectives. That was the main issue. That was the main question for Alter Ego. Rebellion Zion, however, they have been showing discipline. They go in for the picks, they baited Boy towards that top side, and being able to get that Lord from under the nose of Alter Ego Esports. And now they're going to use this to their advantage. A 5,000 gold lead here in the 10th minute, already pressuring top, mid, and the bottom lane. At this stage, Choji, what can Alter Ego do?
Well, first off, Boy do not play like Rambo. He's always going first to the front line without any backup, making him a feed to the Rebellion Zion. We can see that the gold gap is reaching 5,000 gold right now, and even so, we can see that on the bottom lane, Lord is going out into the inner turret, and this is just 10 minutes of the game. The pressure from a Rebellion Zion will keep continuously dragging Alter Ego Esports to the worst condition as possible because they are playing really safely with the Rafaela in hand.
Very reactive, but oh, Leo Murphy finds a hook there onto Fearless. Massive shutdown. Nino with the Nibiru's Passion almost taking Narco out as well. There you go. Choji, that hook can change the course of the game. Rebellion still need to be very, very careful.
1 of the 10 minutes has been played. Just 1 hook that can make some upper for Alter Ego Esports. But we can see that from the items, even Fovius has secured to the Clock of Destiny and also the Dominance of Ice, which means that he can be the frontliner. But did you see him as the frontliner?
Yeah, wait. Oh my god. Yeah, when it comes down to the frontliner, I do agree. With the Dominance Ice, they are actually able to stop a whole lot of that sustain. But I do want to put my focus, or put everyone's focus back at home at the Beatrix. He's opted to go for the Heptaseas instead of a Hunter Strike.
This is a runner play.
It's a Renner play, it's a Wesker play.
Yeah, Renner and Wesker play with the Leo Murphy combo in mind, but once again, pick off one by one. Yes, that could bring Alter Ego Esports to a better condition, but we can see that the timer is hitting the 12 minutes mark, and that means Lord will be enhanced, and that will be a big problem for Alter Ego Esports if they cannot contest to the Lord.
Yeah, I think Leo Murphy needs to get those hooks. I think he needs to
ASAP.
smell better so he can play better. Like you guys can at home with the Axe dual effect. So don't forget to get yours now. As you can see here, back to the game. Kai has actually opted to go for that Ice Queen wand. So he's going to deal a lot of slows. I think that's something that they really want to capitalize on when it comes down to those team fights. But as you can see on screen, Rebellion Zion already very quick to get this Lord.
And Alter Ego, no response as of right now. Pi tries to open up the map, but Fearless uses the lethal counter and the retribution together to secure the Lord. Alter Ego, they just traded for the bottom side. Tier 2 turret taken away for the Lord. I do think that Alter Ego made the right decision there. They can't really go for those 5v5s. Rebellion Zion have a pretty substantial gold lead again.
I agree. I think they're going to look for a backdoor situation here, perhaps. Because they know when it comes down to that 5v5, they can't do much. They do have the high ground though from Nino, but so far it hasn't really amounted to much. But on screen, you can see the stats coming in from Dyer, and Paquito is his main hero. 8 times picked, not such a great win rate, but every time he picks this up, you can see and feel the impact, the kill pressure that he has. He's always able to roam around the map and deal the damage and the pressure, already pushing that top side turret as well.
Because he's the blocker, when little counter is not enough to finish off Alter Ego Esports, remember he's going to be on the backside with Paquito.
Coming into the base though, the bottom side base turret has been taken down by the Lord. Uchinarka with the Holy Baptism connects it onto the back lines, but Pi is able to actually jump around with the Demonic Force. No other proc right now. Nino was taken down. The main damage dealer is out. Dyron, meanwhile, up top is going to be able to secure the base turret. 3 base turrets taken down for Rebellion Zion already. Alter Ego, they need that game-changing hook. Pi still has the Demonic Force as well. Rebellion Zion might as well just go back and play the long game. Discipline is going to be the main key here, but it seems like they want to stay. They want to look for more pressure. Nino, 10 seconds on that death timer. Rebellion Zion trying to clear out every single one of the minions right now. But Nino's coming back up. This may be a mistake from Rebellion. They back off in time. 6.4k gold lead, still secured, and 3 base turrets. Very, very clean by Rebellion Zion.
Their timer was definitely looking at Nino. As soon as Nino was up, they instantly retreated because they know that they don't have the man advantage and they're not equipped to go for that 5v4 team fight against Nino as well. But when we're talking about things here, I'm getting a little hungry, Miracle.
You know, if you're hungry, you can go and grab food with the 20,000 discount, 20,000 IDR, all right, IDR. grb.to/MPL, scan the QR code over right next to Fearless right there if you guys want to go for the easy route. Choji, speaking of food though, right now, Rebellion are looking at Alter Ego like food. They're waiting.
Well, Rebellion sees Alter Ego Esports like food, but they keep their insisting of wanting the food, wanting to end the game. No. They're really keeping that from Alter Ego Esports members, because when Athena said about Nino responding and they're taking some retreat to the backside, I understand, because Nino using Beatrix is one of the heroes with a lot of
beautiful play there by Dyron and Sway low. Leo Murphy taken low as well. They might just go for it, but Leo Murphy has the flicker. Right as you were talking, Nino was caught out. The main damage dealer, the main carry that can actually turn the game around for Alter Ego. And now it's looking bleak for AE. Real-time win probability suggests that Rebellion Zion, they're going to be able to end the game 70% to 30, I believe, just now. You can also see that, again, they secured the Lord. This time, it's still an enhanced one.
Well, Nino's down. Who's going to be the damager for Alter Ego Esports? They do not have a lot of damage to counter a Rebellion Zion. Yes, they do have Valentina, but remember, Valentina is a close combat magic damager. And that is not enough. If we look at the Julian side, when Valentina enters the team fight, she will be punched up, she will be knocked up, and that is not a good thing. And if we look at the item section, we can see that even Clint has a lot of items inside his hands. Even with one last item is magic rope, the rest of it full offensive items, and that means the free hit on Clint on the backside will be much better than going all out on the front area.
We'll see if that can actually be placed here into the final moments. Leo Murphy is able to find Regionarco with the Blade Hunt as well, but instantly gets combo womboed as a lethal counter comes in as well. The Lord is going to be taken down, but look at the base, instantly targeted. A pause comes in right in the end. Rebellion Zion not ending it just yet, but what happened?
Wow. Okay, so there is going to be a slight technical pause here right before the end. We are still figuring it out, what exactly is happening. But of course, fair play is our #1 priority to give
Not
you
again.
the best gaming experience for you, the players, for the people in the audience as well. As I think there may have been an issue with Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's why I said not again. Oh no. This is something that has happened to them in the past.
Yeah, I think it's about EVOS versus Alter Ego,
Oh,
right?
EVOS Alter Ego Season 9 playoffs, day 1.
Wow, that's just 2 second time up before the game ends. And suddenly, the pause came in.
Ooh.
What do you think, Mirko?
I don't know what's happening again. We've experienced this kind of
situation
tragedy before,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know what's going on, but that was literally last second. I believe the Lord was, oh, not the Lord, the base was 1 shot away from actually being taken down.
Yeah, 2 seconds. 2 seconds until the game ends.
Yeah, maybe just the last hit as well.
Yeah.
We're gonna wait, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, be patient with us because fair play is the #1 priority. But again, it was 1 shot away from the end.
It was. But for those of you who missed what went down there in game #1 between Alter Ego as well as Rebellion, so far 16 and 49 seconds of time has elapsed with a total kill from the side of Rebellion 9-4 Alter Ego. So far, Rebellion Zion was dominating from the get-go. They were able to take control over the neutral objectives. They were able to lead in terms of rotations. And Alter Ego, unfortunately, was not able to respond. But we do have information now as to what went down.
Nino was lagging, I believe, in the last few seconds of the game. As the main damage dealer, you mentioned it, Choji, it's very important that he stays alive. Technically, if he's lagging, he's not really alive. So, again, I don't know how they're going to resolve this right now. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to resume the game right now. I do believe it should be Rebellion who are able to take the game. Let's see. There you go. Game 1 secured by Rebellion Zion. 1-0.
Wow. In my opinion, from the draft pick, both teams are really, really strong. But Alter Ego Esports, they don't have a game plan in the early game section, making them kind of confused in the early game. Even in the first 5 minutes of the game, their jungle has been invaded by Paquito, and that is not a good thing since Esmeralda, as we know, she is item dependent.
I don't know. I agree with you. And on top of that, I didn't feel like Leo Murphy suited the Franco, to be honest. Like, maybe pre-Leo Murphy, it was great. He could go in for those aggressive plays, but he was very passive in this game, and that's the difference in play style that we have seen from Leo Murphy. Initially, he went in for those engages. He looks for initiatives on the board, but it feels like that role has been transferred onto Pai, and Leo Murphy focuses more on protecting Udil as well as Selly Boy. And on the note of Selly Boy, I didn't feel the connection with the Esmeralda jungle for Selly Boy either.
In my perspective, Leo Murphy's characteristic is maybe a little bit like Samohate. Why should I say that? Because Leo Murphy likes to do and have some heroes that do push, do take his body into the center of the team fight and then makes a play. But Franco on the other side, he is bringing people from the other side into the team, not making Leo Murphy goes into the front line, but taking the enemies to the back line. That's a really different thing if we're looking at Leo Murphy's characteristics in the game.
Yeah, usually he does want to play for that front line.
Yes.
Even though he likes the playmaking heroes, he needs to be in that front line making plays, not in the back line just waiting for the hooks. I do agree on that one. They did have 2 front lines, the Esme and the Phovius, but they fell behind early on and they couldn't withstand the damage that the Clint was just dishing out constantly, as well as the Julian. For sprint meta, Rebellion's kiting gameplay outwitting Alter Ego in game number 1.
This is interesting because Rebellion Zion in yesterday's game against Biggitron also lost to the quote-unquote speed meta. So I guess they've learned from that, adapted to it, and actually implemented that into their own game here against Alter Ego with the game duration of 16.49 minutes.
Okay, and here's the items for the Alter Ego Esports. We can look at Udil using all offensive item with 1 Vitality Ring. I don't know where it will go, but the rest of it, Enhanced Talisman, Genius One, and Defying Glaive, all of them are offensive item. Even so, the magic emblems are impure rates. So, Udil is really destined to be one of the damagers for Alter Ego Esports. But as I said before, without Leo Murphy and Pai becomes the frontliner for Alter Ego Esports, Udil cannot input his damage to Rebellion Zion since he did not have the space to input the damage safely without getting hit at all by Rebellion Zion. Even when we see to the Sally Boy side, his items is okay. He has secured Enhanced Talisman, Oracle, and then Dominus of Ice and Antiquiras. But the problem is Sally Boys. I do feel like what Athena said is true. Like he's disconnected with the Esmeralda in this game because, as we all know, Sally Boy is the Miracle Boy. And that Miracle Boy means he likes to dive in and dash in really quick using Lancelot, using Lynx, but not Esmeralda. I mean, yes, she's one of the fastest tanks out there in the MLBB's Heroes pool, but it's not fitted and suited for Sally Boys. We can still see some of the plays from the Sally Boys raging around alone without any backup, making Sally Boys quote-unquote feeding Rebellion Zions in terms of XPs and resources, such as golds.
Agreed. Definitely. I do believe that Sally Boy, he has performed well on those assassins here in Season 10. He's found success on the assassins, not really on these utility heroes like the Esmeralda, like the Balman that we saw yesterday as well. 4 to 9 though, Nino as well. His build was very greedy.
Yeah.
No defensive items up until the last one. He's building towards a Wind of Nature, but it's a bit too late.
But actually, I agree with the full items in the offensive area because of the runner that can be used from Beatrix can at least poke some of the Rebellion Zion members. As we can see, the carry from this game, the most damage is Nino by 5,100 points of damage. And this makes like, for the damage for Alter Ego Esports, they are sufficient enough to take down Rebellion Zion. But as I said before, the problem is by who's the front line. They have 3 tanks. They have Phoveus, they have Esmeralda, they have Franco, but no one, and I mean no one, can sustain in the front line by Julian, by Paquito, especially Dairon. Why? Because he always messed up the team fight composition on the Alter Ego Esports member by using the knockout strikes.
And it's crazy to see that a hero like Rafaela can still be created significant by Rebellion Zion, but the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series for game number 1 between Alter Ego as well as RBL is going to be none other than Swalo on the Julian with a 423 KDA, a 606 GPM with a KP of 78%, Choji. What exactly made him deserve that?
Okay, we can look at the first game. Yes, Sally Boy has the first blood, so the early potential is being kept up by Alter Ego Esports in the first few minutes, but this happens when Valentina is being knocked up by a Julian. That makes the passive of Valentina is not working at all, because you have to know that when your enemies have a higher level than you, Valentina has no passive at all because she cannot take more XP than the others. And this is one hook that actually is becoming a really good turning point for Alter Ego Esports member, but it's kind of too late. In the 10-minute marks, it makes a little bit of changes, but not by a lot, making Alter Ego Esports member. Yes, they are changing up the condition a little bit, but not by much, because we can see that all-rounder, all-team fight from the Rebellion Zion, their Symphony of Skill is really good if we compare it to Alter Ego Esports member, because like I said before, Chili Boys playing like a Rambo, outside, front line, alone up there. Franco, he cannot take or maybe kidnap someone to make a play, especially where you can see that Julian is the MVP, and Julian is a frontliner hero, but no Bloody Hand is connected to a Julian. That's the problem. No momentum. Alter Ego Esports have the damage necessary to take down Rebel and Zion, but once again, no momentum to do so.
They were disconnected, I believe. Disconnected. Esmeralda always going very, very aggressive onto that back line. No one following up. Not even the Phovius because he was stuck in lane because of the minion waves. Then we also obviously have the Franco. Sure, Nino, he dealt a lot of damage, but what's the damage gonna do when you have a Rafaela constantly healing everyone back up to full HP every single time? Alter Ego, I thought they had the better draft coming into game number 1, but man, that Rafaela pick, man, just can you imagine that? Beatrix and Valentina, the 100% win streak that Beatrix has is now gone in week 4 and week 5.
That's the other thing. When we see that Nino is giving up some damage to Rebel and Zion, they do not need to do the recall. They have Rafaela, even with Rafaela, with the items of the tank in his side, in her side, it's still not necessary to Rebel and Zion to go home to do the recall. So all the players from Rebel and Zion is always using the offensive maneuver. They are not defending at all because as we can see, the only turret that is gone is only on the top lane with Nino on the lane.
There you go. Nino was fresh. Was he not, Eterna? He was fresh in the early game, farming, but he wasn't able to use it because you know why?
Why?
One member was using Axe. Nino, that's it. 5 members from Rebellion Zion, they were using the new Axe effect. The better you smell, the better you play. According to research, when you smell good, your gaming skills get better. And Axe helps you do that with the dual action technology. It gives you up to 48 hours of freshness. Hurry up, buy Axe right now. Get interesting rewards as well, worth tens of millions of rupiah.
Wow.
Wow, that's
Because
kind of
I
crazy.
hear that if you smell better, you feel more confident, and therefore you can play better. So perhaps that is exactly what Rebellion Zion utilized in that game against Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. And on that note, I would like to highlight, I do still think that Alter Ego had the better draft. Rebellion Zion had a single winning condition, and they put all their eggs in one basket in order to get that early game. If, let's say, Alter Ego Esports was able to prevent that snowballing from happening, Rebellion Zion would have had a really hard time. They went all in. They had the speed. They had the sustainability coming in from the Rafaela as well. They went all in with the close combat and the CC that the Julian and the damage that the Julian could have. If Alter Ego Esports was able to utilize their composition properly, I don't think that would have happened. So my main question is, Alter Ego, we always know them to play their comfort heroes. When they experiment, when they prioritize the tier S heroes, it doesn't seem like they're gonna perform. So what can they do here? Should they prioritize their comfort heroes, or should they go in for those trades like taking the Beatrix and the Valentina?
As I said before, the winning condition for this current meta is 70% on the draft pick and 30% on the gameplay itself. But remember, gameplay still counts. 30% is kind of big number that makes the odds kind of, yes, draft pick seems like mostly become the most effective thing that decides for you to win or not, but the rest of it, 30%, is still a 30%. And this is the game recap for the Alter Ego Esports member versus the Rebellion Zion, which we can see that from the band itself, Yif, Akai, Faramis, Cloud, Popol Koopa, and from the Rebellion Zion, 1-1, Fanny, Cho, Lolita, and Atlas. I think from my perspective, Rebellion Zion should do the ban again on the roam heroes such as Cho, Lolita, and Atlas, because as we can see, Leo Murphy is not really that good using Franco in the first game.
And we did see it. We did mention it as well in the first draft. I said that this has been the blueprint of how to beat Alter Ego with Leo Murphy. Ever since Season 6, if you take away his comfort heroes, he doesn't perform well. And when he doesn't perform well, he isn't able to enable those side lanes to actually carry the game. Nino, even though he was free farming, what is he going to do without a frontliner? What is he going to do without Peel? That question was answered instantly as Rebellion Zion just kept on going, pushing the pace, the tempo as well. And Coach Chico, the mastermind behind the draft earlier on, with Coach Casius as well, JBL Quantum helping them communicate with their players, crisp, clean communication, no problem there.
But Pai had a huge problem.
What problem?
He couldn't win his lane. It was
Damn,
so
yeah.
difficult. And when we saw Alter Ego lose yesterday, okay, so here we go. When we think about Alter Ego Esports, how do you beat Alter Ego Esports? Pi. Diminish the draft for Leo Murphy, prevent him from doing those playmaking heroes like you mentioned before in that earlier discussion. And second of all, shut down Pi in the game. And it's simple. It doesn't seem like Alter Ego can do anything. And on that note, we do have a statistic here for Pi that I think we discussed earlier as well. He is number 2 on the highest total damage taken with 2 million to his name. So unfortunately, it didn't feel like that was an effect. It was not implemented in that particular game. But we'll see what happens here in game number 2.
I do think it was implemented, Eterna. Yeah, he took a lot of damage. It's just nothing really came out of it. Usually when he takes that much damage, the team is able to help him, and when he takes damage, he also deals damage. But there, he just took the damage. He couldn't deal damage. No one used their dashes when the Demonic Force was up. Literally, everyone stayed in place. They just hit, and they just were walking. And that's why the sprint was so crucial. They picked sprint because they don't need to dash.
Yeah, and one more thing about, if we're talking about Pi in the early games, we can see that statistically, Obvious against Paquito in the early phase before reaching level 4, Obvious will be beaten up really bad against Paquito, and that means when Pi is pressed up against Paquito in the early game, he did not have the enough resource to do the Demonic Force quite oftenly, making the Pi in that game before kind of become punchback.
They drafted a losing lane for Pi, and that's exactly what happened. Now it's time to jump into game number 2. Rebellion Zion this time have opted to go for the red or the blue side, and Alter Ego on the red side. Instantly, we are seeing kind of the same bans from Rebellion. Even though they are first pick, they do not want to let those 2 heroes up for grabs. Alter Ego going for same route so far, but they do go for the Pharamis Akai. There, that's the change. Julian. Now Alter Ego, they gotta be careful. They can leave out the Valentina or they can leave out that Beatrix. Heiz was able to, he beat RRQ basically with that Beatrix. He literally sniped them down to the ground.
Wait, I just noticed. You said before that Beatrix has 100%
Not
win
anymore.
rate. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. So, when we see that Rebellion Zion can pick to Beatrix, this will be some interesting choice for the Rebellion Zion, because we can see that Alter Ego, if they are not banning towards Valentina, which means that Beatrix, Valentina, and wait, yep, it's bad. So Valentina could be the first pick for the Rebellion Zion, but we see the first game before. Chico does not thinking to take a Valentina. A Paquito is more important than a Valentina, making this game more interesting, even better. Because this is the first pick for Rebellion Zion, but they did not pick towards Valentina.
He doesn't care about the Valentina, it
Doesn't
seems.
get it all.
Both games, picking up a Paquito instead of a Valentina, giving it over. They're like, you know what, Udil? Go play the Valentina. We won't even have those crazy ultimates for you to take. So right now, I do believe it is going to be the, another Esmeralda. This time, I do think it is going to go to the hands of Pi. It should be Valentina Eterna.
Yeah. On that note, Rebellion Zion, it doesn't seem like they favor Valentina at all. I don't think Suelo has actually picked it up this season, and if he has, he hasn't used it a lot. We know Suelo, he likes those high ground heroes, but with now the Esmeralda being picked up as well as the Valentina, Rebellion Zion could just draft the same way that they did. Sure, they don't have the Julian this time, but Suelo can pick someone that he is usually accustomed to, perhaps the Yi for that high ground presence, but it is a little bit risky against the Valentina. But I heard that the real world manipulation that Valentina can give is different, the impact.
Yeah, it is different, because when we see to the Yi itself, she has a passive where the more damage she gives to the enemies, the more squares that she had on the real world manipulation itself. And even when we include the point of damage, if I'm not wrong, it's about 24 times you can click on the battlefield for the real world manipulation if you have full stacks of damage.
So more damage with the real world manipulation.
Yes.
But now we already see a response. It's not the Eve that you predicted, Eterna. It actually is the same Balman coming in again. When the Akai is banned, there's only one hero that can actually take those objectives, have the same impact on the neutral objectives. Two Retributions, Balman, Lunox as well. Heavy neutral objective emphasized by Rebellion.
Well, one thing that I note before the match play before this, the statistics says that Rebellion Zion has more lords than Alter Ego Esports, and if we include a Bauman in this game, it will be a much more terrifying condition if Alter Ego Esports cannot safely take the early phase of the game, which with Turtle maybe, or I think of one hero that can counter towards Bauman, which is Yin. If we think about Yin, he can kidnap a Bauman and makes the contest without a retribution at all on the both teams, making the rest of the team, 4 players on the battlefield, contesting against the Lord with no retribution at all when Balmon is inside the Yin's ultimate.
The thing is, does the Yin win in that 1v1?
That's the thing. You can gamble it between if you want to safely take the Lord, it's okay. Sacrifice the Yin. But if you still thinking that you are good enough to take down Balmon with Malefic Roar, with Blade of Despair, then go for it. So I think from my perspective point of view, I don't see any minuses at all if you take Yin, but the only problem is, yeah, you cannot do a lot on a team fight because Yin will be powerful in the team fight if he can take down the enemies inside his domain expansion.
I get it. You're looking for a different solution as to prevent the neutral objective contest coming in from Balmon. Right now, what we see on screen is they have found something similar with picking up the Lolita that they couldn't have done in game number 1 because it was banned away. So they do have that up for grabs, and plus they also was able to ban out the Matilda. So the Numenon Blast is going to be a huge threat for Rebellion Zion right now. The thing is that what I feel is different for Rebellion Zion in the terms of composition is that they're not going full in that early aggressive stance. Why do I say this? Is because I believe that the Lunox needs time for her items and her power spike to finally hit. So she is going to be a little bit more weak in that early game. And do you think that this is going to affect their rotation when they go in for those objectives?
Definitely, right? By taking away some of these roamers as well, they do exactly that. They are trying to halter Rebellion Zion's rotations. The rotations that have been helping them win the match. Every single time they win a match, it's also because of Dyron winning so hard in the XP lane that he's able to just convert onto the other lanes. Here though, we have Aldo. Our concern are Dyron, and there you go. Literally just as we mentioned it, Dyron and Swaylo. They are everywhere in the map. Why? How? Because of Vijanarko. On the Rafaela, on the Matilda, why he has such a high kill participation rate is because he brings all of his teammates over to those objectives to secure it. And that's the way Rebellion likes to play. Alter Ego, they've kind of read that situation out now by banning the Matilda and the Brody. Rebellion with the final ban, I do think they want to just, right now, with the Lolita pickup, go for Nino. Just ban Nino straight up. Don't let him get his comfort heroes. But that can actually be bad for them. That can actually backfire on them, because if they ban the gold lane, Alter Ego have first pick in the second phase. If they pick it up first, Heis... Oh, I know.
Up the Lunox.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Lunox is a flex pick. We have seen this before. We'll see. We'll see what Alter Ego go for with the Lancelot banned out. They might go for a jungler first. I think gold laner is a little bit better though, because there's not a lot of heroes that Boy can really play here.
One thing that I noticed when Lolita is in the hands of the Alter Ego members, 3 players from Rebellion Zion, as this far, Paquito, Balman, and Lunox, 3 of them can evade Numenon Blast quite easily. So they need to be really sneaky about using the Numenon Blast on the battlefield. And even when we include a Cloud in the Alter Ego Esports member, this will be something of a momentum fight for Alter Ego Esports, because with Esmeralda, with Valentina, Lolita, and Cloud, mostly all of these heroes, they are playing with the AoE. Not a single pickoff from Alter Ego members.
I agree. And what I wanted to add while you were talking was this Lolita pick was also able to deny that Rafaela pick from the side of Rebellion Zion, because once again, Wijanarko has only picked up 3 heroes, right?
Yeah.
The Ruby, the Matilda, and the Rafaela. So because the Matilda was banned away, he has 2 choices left. Take the Ruby or the Rafaela. But obviously, with the Lolita, with the Numenon Blast that could hit 5 people at the same time, and the way that if you play around the Rafaela, they're going to be clumped up, it's not possible. So So they're forced on the Ruby this time around. And right now, Alter Ego, they do have a chance to maneuver around the CC that Rebellion has right now.
Yeah, I do think at this point, there's only one comfort hero I trust Sully Boy on. It's the Ling, and it comes out. The Ling is going to be the final pick for Alter Ego. Again, when I'm looking at the draft, it is going to come down to execution. Leo Murphy on the Lolita. Sure, it has neutral objective control with the Numenon Blast, but it's so easily cancelled out. There's a lot of CC coming in from Rebellion Zion that can cancel that out and basically make him a non-factor. And to add on to that, Lunox can burst the Esme down. Ooh, I don't know what to say, man. Who do you like, Eterna? Who do you like?
This is hard.
Very
This is hard. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it from the mid power spike, the late power spike. I guess Alter Ego has that edge in the fact that they do have more mobility, that in case it goes in towards that late game and they can't get that snowballing, Rebellion Zion are gonna find it difficult. But I don't know, Choji, what do you think?
Well, I'm thinking that Alter Ego Esports is forced to play an area of effective fight. If not, they are going to be picked off really badly against Rebellion Zion, because as we can see, the heroes from Alter Ego members, they cannot do a good laning phase. In this point, they cannot do a good laning phase. That means that in this early phase, they have to be really careful about not being ganked by the Rebellion Zion team. And for the Rebellion Zion, Lunox, Paquito, and even Clint, these three heroes, they have a big potential on the pick-off side. So, if Rebellion Zion can do some damage in the early games and make Alter Ego Esports member do not have the resource in the laning phase, Alter Ego Esports could be down.
And so far, it seems like they are having some problems here. Suelo already taking a lot of damage, and I think this is something that we highlighted earlier on as well.
See, Paquito?
Suelo go against Udil, Udil's gonna have a way better time.
Wait, Dyron is caught here, gonna get stunned up as well. Dyron way too aggressive, still has the flicker to get out, but that's a massive resource burnt for the Paquito early on. And look at that top side. I do want to see the minion waves, how it's placed, because the Esme might be able to freeze, but no, he just goes for the shove there in the top side. He's last hitting it, taking it slow. Again, just trying to punish Dyron as much as possible.
Well, the drafts from Rebellion Zion signals that they is kind of winning in this early phase, making the Rebellion Zion have a big potential on the first turtle itself. And if we see at the rotation of the Rebellion Zion itself, Ruby stays in the mid lane area while Clint is alone down there against Cloud. So the roamers in this game is not babysitting the marksman really well, making this will be a big rotational game.
Yeah, Legion Arco though in the mid lane was picked off. That's the problem you have when you're a Ruby. When you get stunned up like that without your ultimate, you're very dependent on that. Suelo though, now going up against Udo, has the Brilliance, so he's relatively safe even though he's taking a whole lot of damage. He just backs off, knowing that Sully Boy doesn't have his purple buff. Fearless goes straight for the turtle. With Suelo using the Chaos, he's going to be able to actually help this turtle secure. First turtle of the game going to the hands of Rebellion Zion, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. As Udil is going to go down below, dealing so much damage onto Highs, almost taking him down. Town prediction by Axe. KB and Papulong, they're still staying with Rebellion, man. We were wrong the first game. I'm very curious if we're going to be wrong again here in Game 2.
We'll see, we'll see. So far, Rebellion Zion have been able to have control on those neutral objectives, and which is quite surprising. I thought because of the pressure that they were lacking in that mid side, it would be a little bit more difficult for them. But they've been actually able to convert. To be fair, Alter Ego Esports didn't seem like they wanted to contest though. It seemed like they wanted to focus on that bottom lane, get the pick, and of course focus on that gold shielding, Koji.
Okay, and even when we see on the emblems itself, Clint against Cloud, the emblems itself is actually benefiting Cloud even more in the early phase because of the weapon mastery, which means one Blade of Despair will have a better damage than Nino using a Demon Hunter Sword, even though he is using an average. But this can be outsmarted by Alter Ego Esports by babysitting Cloud in the bottom lane area, making a really big advantage and making Cloud have some potential to do some teamfight in this early phase.
Miscommunication as well, just now earlier. Rebellion Zion on the gank onto Pi. Fearless wanted to go in. Dyron used his flicker to dish out more damage, but now Vidio is going to get caught. Still has Fearless to dish out the damage and the PL. Leo Murphy flickering out, but will still fall to the lethal counter. Rebellion Zion making a lot of value, actually. Getting a lot of value with Region Arco on the Ruby now that he has that ultimate. Early on, he was bullied without the ultimate.
I have a fun fact.
What is it? Throw it at us.
Alter Ego Esports lose to Rebellion Zion here 2-0. Then Alter Ego Esports has an 8th place position curse. Always losing to the person in the 8th place position.
You're right. Geek Fam.
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh, but wait a minute. Sway low, though. He might want to... He disagrees with you. He's going to get taken down. Pi, though, jumping in onto Dyron. So far, it's a very close game, but when it comes down to the neutral objective control, it has just been Rebellion Zion. The setup that Fearless has on the Bauman has just been phenomenal. His pathing in the game, and he's able to get another gold lead in this game.
Well, remember, Rebellion Zion have not exactly reached their power spikes. Swaylo just secured that Clock of Destiny. Winter Truncheon, Lightning Truncheon, all the defense and offensive items like the Divine Glaive have not been secured just yet. So this is just a little trailer to what Rebellion Zion can deal.
And Fearless is just going to be happy doing that. Region Arco pulls Leo Murphy back. I can do it too. Leo Murphy falling to the hands of Fearless again. That's what their Bauman can do. You're so tanky, you want to be targeted. Sure, go and target me. Once we actually have those other members to come down, they will be able to follow it up. Just as I say that though, Swaylo gets picked off. Mid lane, Region Arco as well, doing some damage, but we have some time to talk about the items here, Choji.
Okay, this is interesting. Clean first item is not going for the endless battle, but it's going for the critical first with the Berserker Fury. But if we look at the Cloud side of items, we can see that Demon Hunter Shot has been safely secured by Cloud, and with the combination of Steel Leg Plates making the sustainability and the offensive side of Cloud is getting better in the bottom lane area. But one thing that I noticed is that Dyron using a Festival of Blood emblem, which means that I think Rebellion Zion is going for a prolonged team fight like this one.
Fearless going to be caught there by the Tempest Blaze and the Doominout Blast, but Fearless is able to maneuver out of that one. Still going to be slain. Leo Murphy tanking the damage, soaking it in for Alter Ego to pick up that kill. He is tanky. He wants to be targeted, but not like that. That was too aggressive.
But the problem is, with that in mind, Alter Ego Esports, sure, they got a pick-off on the board onto Fearless, but they need to be able to manipulate these waves properly. We saw that Rebellion Zion was able to clear earlier in that top side and actually push and get a little bit of damage to the tower. And Alter Ego Esports, they need to play a little bit more disciplined. Kills are great, but how are they going to convert onto this? Because the turtle is up, but that's not their focus.
Well, so far, the objectives from this game is really towards the Rebellion Zion. As we can see on the top lane area, Rebellion Zion has secured the turret of Alter Ego Esports, the outer turret of Alter Ego Esports. But we can see that Jelly Boy's looking kind of spicy right now. He's not killed at all, making some savings for Rebellion Zion to be popped out for taking down Sally Boy.
They're scaling really well.
Yeah.
They're scaling well, but the thing is, up against this composition against Rebellion, you have a Clint that can scale as well. You have Lunox that can deal damage, and they go on to Nino. Beautiful read by Nino.
No.
Getting the sprint out, but now it's going to be the re-engage coming in. Nino dodging from everything as he pops into Blazing Duet. Region Arco taken low, falling Simon by Pi. Not able to connect just yet. Region Arco flickers out of that one. Meanwhile, Rebellion playing the macro game very, very well in the mid lane, going for the turret. Dyron will be able to take it down, but no, my god, he's taken very low. Sally Boy unable to get the kill onto Dyron. He's 1 HP. Udal should be able to do this one. No! Oh my god, Dyron! Beautiful! Beautiful play by Dyron. No. He dodges away. No, he doesn't dodge from the falling Simon there. He took way too much. He played that perfectly, but in the end, Sir Pi comes in.
Sir Pi comes in and gets the kill, finally, as Dyron is going to take 15 seconds to get back on the board. So Alter Ego Esports will have the map pressure so far until he does get picked up. But you're right, the Golden Staff has been secured by Nino, which means the power spikes are starting to hit.
Yeah, we can see that from the turret's perspective, Rebellion Zion is leading with 2 turrets has been down by them. But Alter Ego Esports, it seems like they don't care. From the goal perspective, the goal gap is on the Alter Ego Esports side, even if it's just a few margin, just like on the 200 gold.
That's the thing right now as well, right? When we do see the Claude, a lot of people are still saying that Claude is a late game hero. Sure, it is a late game hero, but how Alter Ego have drafted their composition is they're using the Cloud for that mid-game power spike. Right now, though, Wijanarko gonna get caught 1v3, pulled back in by the I'm Offended. Ruby got I'm Offended, and the same goes for Alter Ego. We're now looking for Highs. Say goodbye to Highs because he is alone in the 5-man gank. Dyron still trying to look for compensation as he pushes the top lane. High needs to answer that right now, and he will be able to, walking all the way down to that top side.
I just want to take a note before the game starts. We said that Alter Ego Esports do have a lot of kills but no objective, and here it is, the proof of it.
And here it is.
Just one turret with 7 kills is not good enough for Alter Ego Esports to win this game.
Absolutely. Udil as well, though. He was jumping in very aggressively. Selly Boy didn't have the Tempest of Blades. Fearless is able to take him down. Wijanarko has the I'm Offended. Doesn't pop it here. Rebellion Zion back off with a 1-0 trade. That was also a shutdown. Massive for Rebellion.
Yeah, big mistake there for the side of Alter Ego Esports. They don't want to do that. They don't want to make those over and undisciplined movements because that's exactly how the opponents usually capitalize on. And the beautiful thing is we mentioned that the EXP lane matchup is going to be interesting, and in this particular matchup Dyron is going to give Pi a very hard time, and we see that actually happening. Dyron being able to clear very fast, but what?
Beautiful Lumina Blast onto 3 members. Nino coming in as well, but Fearless somehow still able to secure the Lord without the lethal counter. My goodness, that was brilliant by Fearless.
Well, that's a good trade for Rebellion Zion. Yes, Swallow is down, but you're trading it for the Lord, and this will be a big boost for Rebellion Zion. As we can see on the bottom lane turret, it's still standing for Alter Ego Esports, and maybe, just maybe, with Alter Ego Esports pushed down on the top lane with the Lord inside of Rebellion Zion, the bottom lane can be destroyed, and slowly but surely Rebellion Zion can take a little by little from the turret of the Alter Ego Esports. As we look at the item itself, we can see that Clint has secured onto the Endless Battle and the Berserker Fury. So a free hit is imminent for Rebellion Zion, and the rest of it Fearless taking Blade Armor, meaning that Nino should be watching out.
Beautiful Hawk there by Wijanarko. Oh my goodness, that I'm Offended just trashed Udil. 2-1 and 4, but it does not matter. The sprint was not enough to get him out to safety. Rebellion are possibly looking for the end with this Lord, Eterna.
Wait, but look at Selly Boy. I think he's trying to do something here, trying to push that mid-side turret, but look at this!
Let's see, blazing the wet again. Nino dealing damage onto Wijanarko, getting 1 kill. Fearless taking low once again. Swalo comes in to the fray, dealing out so much damage, and Darren flickers forward. This is going to be Selly Boy against the world. He has the retribution. He is going to be able to get that one, but the defense comes in. The minions will not be necessary. Clean sweep from Rebellion. Absolutely trashing Alter Ego.
What are the 3 faces to the Blue Bulls? That is the statement that they are making today. Clawing their way out of that 8th place position, replacing Geek Fam, sending them back down, and Alter Ego's spot is as precarious as ever.
Okay, first of all, our prediction from the first game until the second game were all wrong.
Yeah, Papulo and KB, I don't know what they're using, man.
That's the first thing. And the second thing is, Selly Boy, what happened from the first game? He's playing like a Rambo. And the second game, he still plays like a Rambo. He's going up by himself, taking some trading off for the Alter Ego Esports team's member, but he forgot, I think he forgot, that they need Selly Boy for the defensive maneuver. They need Selly Boy to take down the minions and the Lords.
That was called by Dyron. Wait, Sway Low. That was Sway Low, right?
Yeah, I think it's Sway Low.
Yeah, it was Sway Low. All right. They changed their clothes, you know, because they have their jersey. No, that was Sway Low. Yeah, that was Sway Low. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Got confirmation because I saw Dyron there. GGWP Alter Ego though. Sway Low feeling the spice. Doing the same Udil pose, the Udil gestures, I guess that's what you can call it. But Rebellion, every single time you count them out, they perform. I'm going to always predict against them so they win.
Because as we can see from the draft itself, it's actually Alter Ego's play. It's actually Alter Ego's game from the draft itself. But from the first game until the second game, it's always about the game plan. and the game plan is not exactly working really quite well enough for Alter Ego members to take the win in this match.
I agree. I think another thing that we can say about Alter Ego is that they have too many weaknesses that are exposed and easily exposed. Very easy to read.
Because you all agree, right, about the drafts for the Alter Ego Esports member from the first game until the second game. I think that the drafts are really good enough for Alter Ego Esports member to take the game.
Yeah, the drafts were stellar. Again, I think most of us went for Alter Ego. Even Ranger Mas from the Indonesian broadcast opted to go for Alter Ego.
Yeah.
Papulong and KB, they saw something different. They looked past the drafts. They looked towards the execution and just the mental state, I believe, of the players, because Rebellion, they were able to outclass Alter Ego. This is something that we don't usually see, especially in the early game.
Their macro was so good, Mirko.
Yeah, their macro was good, and Alter Ego didn't feel like the Alter Ego that we saw last week. It really feels like a different Alter Ego all around.
I think it's the same Alter Ego. I just feel like their weaknesses have been exploited this time around. And Rebellion Zion in the helms of Chico was so quick to be able to read onto it. But let's go and take a look at the host. Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Rebellion Zion 2-0, pembukaan match yang begitu mencengangkan karena mereka berhasil menundukkan Alter Ego. Sang banteng benar-benar nyeruduk Alter Ego. Halo Swaylo.
Halo Bude.
Apa ini? Kamu
Itu
terinspirasi idola?
Iya, idol.
Idol?
Iya.
Gimana tadi?
Idol Udil, anjay.
Idol Udil. Lagi dong, kayak lagi dong.
Oh gini, ya kayak gini.
Set. Dia malah mau bikin konten di sini. Swaylo, gimana match tadi? 2-0?
Seru.
Seru?
Seru.
Ini seseru apa? Apakah ini sepanjang perjalananmu ini adalah match terseru kalian?
Yang bikin ini seru dari pribadi sih, karena emang Udil tuh kayak sosok gitu buat aku gitu.
Oh.
Jadi kayak kita di meet bareng berdua, kita soalnya seru. Udil tuh tipikal yang suka tukar damage gitu. Jadi kita tukar-tukar damage, anjas. Gitu.
Kenapa dia pakai efek terus ya?
Iya, serius.
Swaylo, kamu ngelawan Udil di mid lane dan kamu bahkan pakai hero signature juga ya. Salah satu hero signature dari Udil kan, Lunox.
Oh iya benar.
Gimana tadi?
Wah seru banget sih, kayak ya kita pokoknya yang dirasain tuh semangat aja gitu, kayak jadi fun gitu.
Jadi
Kayak,
fun?
Ya.
Ini sengaja pakai Lunox buat ngehadapin Udil?
Oh enggak, itu kebutuhan.
Kebutuhan?
Iya, kebutuhan tim.
Tapi ngomong-ngomong, kemenangan kalian 2-0 itu sebenarnya menurutmu sendiri ya, aspek terbesarnya apa sih?
Aspek terbesarnya karena kita enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game?
Yes.
Itu kuncinya?
Ya, kuncinya.
Berarti tadi Alter Ego kurang enjoy the game?
Wah, kurang tahu.
Kurang tahu?
Kurang tahu itu.
Kurang tahu.
Mohon maaf ya.
Oke, tapi menghadapi Alter Ego 2-0 tadi ini mungkin bisa jadi permulaan di week kalian yang kelima ini cukup baik dan kalian lagi meranjak di klasemen loh. Kalian bahkan menunjuk juga bahwa kayak berhasil ngedapetin poin, naik ke arah atas, positif buat masuk ke playoff nggak sih?
Kita try hard semaksimal mungkin.
Try hard semaksimal mungkin. Ada salam-salam nggak buat teman-teman yang kamu mau ajakin try itu, yang ada di dalam ruangan?
Oke, buat teman-teman semuanya, ingat kita harus tetap konsisten, gaskeun terus.
Gaskeun terus?
Ya.
Mau ngelawan siapa nih? Habis ini Swaylo di mid.
Habis ini ngelawan siapa di mid?
Kepengen nungguin lawan siapa nih? Idol Udil udah.
Idol Udil sudah. Seru.
Seru?
Ya.
Mau siapa lagi nih?
Siapa aja dah.
Oh siapa aja?
Ya.
Ada nggak yang pengen kamu lawan banget?
Yang paling pengen banget, nggak sama.
Oh nggak sama, udah mikirnya lama, terus nggak sama. Terima kasih loh. Oke lah kalau kayak gitu. Langsung aja kita akan breakdown gamenya secara mendalam dari para caster yang bertugas ada di sana. Silahkan take it away.
Thank you so much for the interview with Swaylo, who's just there emoting, man. He's emoting. He's going for the gestures again, his idol Udil, but He demolished his idol here, 11 minutes.
Yeah, if we're talking about Swallow, if we look at the items, Clock of Destiny comboed with the Lightning Truncheon, we all know that this is the base combo for the Burst Mage heroes. And the thing that I want to press down and highlight in this game is that Swallow, they are doing something like Kamikaze-esque team fight, like Swallow using Flicker to enter the team fight up front. In the process, yes, Rebellion Zion can take down 2 or maybe 1 member from the Alter Ego Esports by Swallow dying out, but that's okay because Swallow target priority is always maximized on the damage pillars of the Alter Ego Esports. Between the damage pillars or the momentum maker, just as like Leo Murphy using Lolita. And if we look at Heist using the Still Life Plates, Berserker Furies and the Endless Battles against the Cloud from Nino using the Demon Hunter Swords, Wind of Nature, and Golden Staff, including the Steel Leg Plates, we can see that from the early game potential, Heist is having a better potential rather than Cloud itself, because as we can see from the emblem itself, average against weapon mastery is not quite good enough for the laning phase. But it's not only that. Nino, yes, he has a lot of damage potential, but the problem is Dairen, remember, he's a Paquito. He has a knockout strike, and one knockout strike is a knock up. And that knock up can cancel that Blazing Duet from Cloud.
And something I do want to add as well, when we're looking at just the entire scoreboard right now, you're right, Eterna, I agree. Alter Ego, it's the same Alter Ego that came to play. The Alter Ego that wants to look for that early game advantage through fights. And they did. 11 kills to 7. It did not matter. Even here, Udil dealt the most damage. GPM, Nino. But does it matter? No. Rebellion Zion were so objective. Take a look. Damage a tower and Turtle Lord turret rate completely one-sided.
We have to remember that this is MLBB. Its objective is to destroy turrets, not a deathmatch game where you who has the most skill will win. No, it's not like that. And we can see that from Rebellion Zion side, the objectives are really, really crazy. Even though they are falling off from the kill points by 4 points against Alter Ego Esports, they still manage to find some little sneaky momentum to do the pushing, to do the objective, to do the Lord, and even the turtle itself. All of the turtles has been taken down by Rebellion Zion, and even on the last Lord itself, Balmond takes the Lord without little counter at all, using only Retribution and making it a safe push for the Rebellion Zion team. And this is a big win for the Rebellion Zion team. And there you go, Balmond. We speak before the match plays with Mirko that Balmond is one of the objective heroes for this meta, and this proves it. With Balmond really strong on objective, not thinking so much about killing point. Yes, Rebellion Zion still have a chance to win, and even not just a chance, it's a big chance to win because Alter Ego members did not contest on the objective itself, such as Lords and Turtles. Yes, from the early phase on the Rebellion side, they have some struggles, quite a bit of struggles, by taking a pick off from the Alter Ego members, making them one by one taken down by Alter Ego Esports member. But if you look at the top lane before, we can see that Paquito from Dairen is pushing a little bit, and even when there are some push objective happening, Rebellion Zion is really committed to take that down. We can see that Swallow, he's really far on the backside, but he managed to take down, or maybe help Dairen to take down Pi. Cloud also. Cloud did not reach the base. He cannot regain on his HP, making this a big win again for the Rebellion Zion.
Massive. Again, the battle for the playoff spot is going to get even more interesting now that 4 teams have joined in the battle. Geek Fam winning 2-0, Rebellion as well, Bigatron Alpha, and now Alter Ego with the 2-0 losses that they've been getting 2 times now.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today, Alter Ego are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They need to think about how to get out of the situation. Eterna, it's getting hot, but speaking of hot.
Speaking of hot, I'm really excited to get into the mic checks really, really soon. But that, by the way, is what we're going to do. So let's get straight to it.
Kejar. Mati dia. Aku bukan. Nice. Mau nggak Ismail? Udah ngedes 2 kali. Nice. Breaker Franco nih. Nice. Nice, Cok.
Ada lor, bener gue inin. Aduh gak kena Cok. Lor aja Cok. Udah.
Nice.
Ada Pavius juga. Esme Pavius.
Ada Franco coy.
Franco di bawah. Backup tuh.
Nice. Gas ya.
Gua ada juga.
TN gak sih? Tor.
N.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Ada flicker dia.
Flicker Lolita.
Nice.
Let's go. No flicker ini Lolitanya.
Sprint ya coy.
Oke.
Nice sprint.
Kanan.
Ada kedes dan sprint, gak ada sprint. Nice. Boleh siapapun kalian.
Ini dapat nih, lihat nih.
Nice. Tabrakin aja.
Dia ada one nya. Tor aja nih.
Boleh perang.
BON.
Apa, taruh lor sini.
High speed. Mati Esme. Itu enggak ada. Tor. Aja.
Nice, N. Aku tembak.
Tor.
Nice.
Wow, the passion again from Rebellion Zion when they won the game. In game 1, they were kind of calm, right? Even after the win, they didn't really scream, they didn't yell, they didn't shout. Game 2 though, oh man, that final moment, it felt personal. Rebellion Zion taking a 2-0 victory, similarly to how they did it in leg 1 of Season 9. We'll see though, because Rebellion still need to climb up. They were 8th place. Now with this victory, I think they might be 7th or maybe even 6th. No, 7th. All right. They are going to be 7th. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it marks the end of the first match here of the final day of Week 5. We have a very interesting match. I don't know if you guys have heard it. I don't know if you guys are hyped for it.
Yeah.
Aura Fire versus ONIC Esports.
What?
This is the battle for the top standings.
The upper bracket.
Yes, this is going to be really insane because if we look at the standings, Aura Fire needs to take a 2-0 against ONIC Esports to gain the first place. But ONIC Esports, they only need to do one win to keep their place in the standings.
That's the thing that they need to think about here because stakes very high. The pressure as well from all the players. And obviously, they're the 2 best teams currently in MPL ID.
Yeah.
They're 6-2, both of them, in terms of the match rates. Aura, a more aggressive kind of team. They like to control the game with chaos.
Yeah.
Similarly to Alter Ego, but they are also very objective now. ONIC Esports, they're just objective.
They're objective. They have a lot of cheese and pocket strats as well. So that's going to be something that they need to think about. But we're getting a bit too ahead of ourselves. Let's come back as we take a look at the keys to success for Rebellion in that particular match.
Yeah, we can see the targets and limit spice movement are the keys as we seen before, but Suelo's high risk, high return dive in success as I said before with the Lunox diving in to the backside and take down 2 players from the Alter Ego members. That is Spy and Nino.
And I love the way Rebellion Zion played this match, right? Like you said, they're just kamikazing. They're just throwing themselves in, dying sometimes, but it's fine because it's traded in for objectives. A lot of team fights were won by Alter Ego, but who grabbed the objective? It was Fearless. It was even the gold laner Highs picking the turrets up, and you guys can do the same, but not to objectives, obviously. In real life, you need food to win your life, to go and stay healthy. Grab food right now with the discount now, 20,000 IDR, grb.to/MPL. The promo code you guys need for that cashback. What is that?
Scanning.
Or you can scan the QR code over below Choji right there if you want just an easy route. Just take your Samsung phone, go on the camera, scan it.
Don't forget to sit on your secret lab.
Don't forget to sit on your secret lab because when you're eating, you need a comfortable seat, right? But speaking of comfort, you ever had that itch on your hair when is it itchy sometimes?
Oh yeah. I call that a hairy situation.
A hairy situation. Well, you can call Head and Shoulders right now because they can give you the proper shampoo to get rid of all of the itchiness, the dandruff, wipe it out. And this is a quote by Tigreal. He wants to wipe out those dandruffs. You guys can go and wipe it out by buying and getting yours right now at the nearest mini markets and e-commerces.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego wants to buy this shampoo as well to, wipe out that defeat out of their hair.
Okay.
Must be tough. Lose streak to the 8th place position.
There's some spicy message from
two times. They did it 2 times. Geek Fam yesterday and today's Rebellion. You're right, the 8th place curse.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a recurring thing, but obviously you can check all the highlights and obviously all of the things that you missed, if you did miss it, on TikTok, on the official MPL ID official TikTok account. But on that note, we also have a very fun challenge for you guys right now. Upload your excitement watching MPL ID Season 10 and use the hashtag MPL Celebrations, but with a 10 instead of an IO, alright? Don't get that mixed up if you guys want to win the attractive prizes during the challenge.
Yeah, don't forget 10 because you can get a secret lab.
Oh my god.
What else can you get? You get a Samsung
Yeah,
Galaxy
JBL
A-series
Quantum. There's just a lot on the line.
Oh,
All you need to
man.
do is upload your excitement. Choji, you upload a lot of TikToks.
Well, I do upload a lot of TikToks, but I'm not doing some dancing. I'm not doing something like that. I'm doing some mechanics of some heroes.
Knowledge.
Game knowledge. And that's exactly what you need if we're talking about the next match, right?
Yep.
Game knowledge. We saw so many crazy macro plays from ONIC Esports. We saw a lot of mechanical plays from Aura Fire. Those two combined, this is the matchup that we need. The styles coming and clashing together for #1 in MPL ID.
And they both need full 100% map awareness.
Well, we'll see.
Because of Kabuki.
Because of Kabuki and CW.
Exactly.
Because both of them,
CW.
they just hate turrets. They hate objectives
Yeah.
because they just keep on munching on that. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, me, Mirko, Eterna, and Choji, we're going to take a break before we head on to the final match.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G. Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatal banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori.
Download sekarang.
Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu catat, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede. Ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Nanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Beli 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 beli. Gratis ongkir beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain gitu.
Saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kairunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsors, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
No room for mistakes. The battle for the top continues here, and it is the two top teams in MPL ID Season 10 going at it to secure #1. Aura Fire versus ONIC Esports. But welcome to the English desk, ladies and gentlemen, with Mirko, Eterna, and Choji.
Hello, 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 my oh my, Choji as well as Mirko. This is gonna be a fire match, literally, because Aura Fire as well as ONIC Esports, they're gonna be playing.
They're going to be playing, and you can see right here, well, you can't see it just yet, you can catch a glimpse that it's a full house right here in the MPL Arena. You guys can obviously buy your tickets at Blee, and while you're doing that, complete your Mobile Legends account as well. Get up to 40,000 worth of cashbacks using the blib.li/sahabatmain link, and you are also going to see a promo code right here, the voucher code, game-MPL10 for the upgrade of your account using the 40,000 cashback. And obviously, you can scan the QR code over below Choji right there. Choji, you have a lot of skins. You buy it from Blee.
Yeah, of course. I have a lot of skins. I think I have about 180 skins. That include some legends and some limited edition, just like alphas.
That's how Blee can upgrade your game. But here, it seems like ONIC Esports are upgrading their roster as well, with Samo and San stepping in.
Yeah, no longer Drian coming into the fray here against the main 5 of Aura Fire. And the last time they were going head-to-head, it was this same roster. So perhaps from the side of ONIC Esports, they've made a sort of composition that is well suited against what Aura Fire can bring to the table. But now, guys, on screen, it is Aura Fire here.
Well, one thing to note in this match, ONIC needs to have 1 game win to get the first place standings as of right now. But Aura Fire, they need 2 games, straight push, clean sweep against ONIC Esports to get the top standings. But as we can see on the standings, if you check out the social media posts on the MPL.ID, you can see that ONIC is leading the standings by 2 points gap with Aura Fire. If Aura Fire can have a clean sweep with 2-0 in this match, they are going to have the same point, but with the more games wins rather than ONIC Esports.
Let's see though, because the Aura Fire members are walking up onto the tunnel by Head and Shoulders. There in the end, you saw Hai and Kabuki. But today, we're not talking about their roster. We're talking about the coach, the Dragon Whisperer. What a title for the man that's been able to lift Aura Fire to the top with such amazing drafts coming in. Kabuki obviously so flexible on the fanny. This was enabled, again, with the coach's trust towards the players. Hai as well. He's been phenomenal in all these crazy picks, like the Natalia, the Natan, all the unique picks coming in from Hai, showing his flexibility because the coach trusts him. Here as well, we did see a very unique combination. Roamer Edith, Jungler Esmeralda, and it just threw BTR off. They didn't know what they were up against, something they've only seen in their dreams, and it was the nightmares. Aura Fire create this in the game, on the stage, with a remarkable hero, 8 times picked, 85.7% win rate, one of the highest hero pools in MPL ID, with all those flexibility that they have. Total games 22, 59.1% win rate, as Coach Palevi is going to say this: don't ban Arcadita, just let it out for 1 game. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Dragons, the Hydras, Aura Fire.
The People's Champions, who have disclaimed that they want to be more than that. They aim to become the MPL ID Season 10 champions this time around, where they have showed us, everyone in the audience, you guys at home as well, that by hard work, progress, development, and class, that they have what it takes.
Wow, this is some insane crowd right here on the MPL Arena, considering that we all know Godiva, if he gets his Kadira, that's going to be a big trouble for the enemies. And as Coach Pavlevi said, don't be the bad Kadita just for once. Let Godiva show how mighty his Kadita is.
We have seen how mighty his Kadita is so far in the tournament. He's still standing a 100% win rate. But speaking of that Kadita, ONIC Esports, they can use that Kadita too. We saw it yesterday with Keyboy, but now it's a different roster stepping up onto the stage.
Yep, it's going to be Samo this time around. So a different main 5 here. But of course, there is going to be so many questions surrounding it. How will they be able to bring this up against Aura Fire? I had a little talk with Coach Yeb backstage, and he mentioned that Aura Fire, they're strong, we're stronger, and we know how to read their pattern this time. So we'll see how far that quote takes them, as all the teams from the side of ONIC Esports are going to be going through that tunnel camp by head and shoulders and a little
reference. Having some fun there in the tunnel camp by head and shoulders. But when it comes to Coach Aldo, he is the professor of ONIC, the mad genius, as we like to call him with Mars. With all of his crazy, cheesy strats, even here, he was able to pick the Natan in the mid lane for Sans, and it worked really well up against RRQ Hoshi. They weren't able to get the victory, but these cheese strats are what ONIC Esports thrive on in the regular season. Obviously, coming with cheese strats, they also have just legit strats coming in with picking up that Akai. They have been able to find a whole lot of success. Even here, up against BTR, they went for a very unique pick, the Claude onto CW, a hero we haven't seen him on before in previous seasons, but this season he is an absolute menace on this hero. And again, it all comes down to the professor to make those decisions for the team. Remarkable hero, 5 times they picked up Akai with an 80% win rate, higher hero pool compared to Aura Fire with 39, with all those crazy cheesy strats. 20 total games with a higher win rate, 70%. They're looking to keep that percentage high as they go up against Aura. Let's see the best strats in MPL Indo. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Yellow Porcupines, ONIC Esports.
The Macro Titans here in MPL ID Season 10. With a different lineup though to yesterday, with Sans and Samo stepping into the roster. What pocket strats, what cheese strats do they have in store for us today, going head-to-head with the Red Dragons?
Well, it's a bit unfair, Choji. I think ONIC side is a bit colder because they are #1 currently.
Currently, as of right now, they are still #1, but this match could change everything. Remember, ONIC still needs to at least win some game, one game in particular, to get and keep up that first place. But we can see that from the match history, a lot of wins from the ONIC Esports. They're just losing 2 times against RRQ and EPOS Legends with a 2-1 lose, making ONIC Esports still have a big lead in the standings as of right now. But in the rest of the team to head statistic, we can see that Aura Fire in the kill, death, and assist statistic, we can see that they got a lot better than ONIC Esports, but in the objective rates, CW, man, I cannot tell and I cannot make sure you enough about this player who's really hating on the turrets, as you said before.
Yeah, they really hate turrets. ONIC Esports, they despise turrets. They want to take it down as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And you can see objective rates going to ONIC. Aura, though, they take a different approach to how they encounter and take these games.
To be honest, they also favor that in a way. We've seen Kabuki also being very objective when it comes down to it. If they know that they can't take those team fights, we see that he is more centered on those objectives. Now, last time around, it was ONIC Esports being able to win 2-1, as we can see what exactly are the keys to victory here for the side of ONIC Esports by Axe.
Well, we can see that the first one, Kairi gets his comfort hero and then respects Kabuki's Beatrix. And also discipline, objective, and wave minion management. And lastly, beware with our side laners rotation. But one thing that I want to add up more is that we can see that Samohat is going to play by him standing on the stage before. And this will be a really, really terrifying combo from ONIC Esports against Aura Fire. Why? Because we all know that Samohat's characteristic is always rushing, is always trying to give the bigger space for the ONIC Esports. And if Samohate complete that task on the CW's lane, oh my god, I cannot imagine how big of a power CW will has over the game.
He also acts as a shot caller when he plays in the roster. So that gives CW a little bit more leeway to actually focus and emphasize on his mechanical prowess, that individual power that we've seen shine in Season 10.
And my oh my, is he gonna need it? Going against Kabuki of all gold laners, Some people even say that he's the triple S gold laner of MPL ID Season 10 right now. It's a huge claim, it's a bold statement, but so far it kind of makes sense. Kabuki's been popping off if he gets those comfort heroes, if he doesn't get shut down from the get-go, and that perhaps can also be one of the ways that ONIC Esports can prevent this win from Aura.
Well, he's a ghost. If we're talking about Kabuki, he's a ghost. Suddenly in front of the base turret and then giving some Wesker hits to the turret. EVOS Legends taste the pain really hardly by losing through the back door.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times. I don't know how he does it, but he keeps pulling it off. Kabuki, he's a ghost when it comes down to the split pushes.
Yep.
But he's an absolute dragon when it comes down to the team fights.
And this is the keys to victory by X4. The Aura the Fire teams anticipate Onyx, cheese threat, and then secondly contest Kyrie's Fanny. Kadita can be the key, of course. We see the comments before. And lastly, beware with Onyx 4-1 setup, as we can see that again CW always use some kind of distraction, like yesterday when ONIC using that strat against GeekFam. I'm sorry. For ONIC when CW
RRQ.
Oh yes, RRQ Hoshi trying to make some distraction with the Popol Koopa and then still survive and then trade it to the Lord, and that is some magnificent objective from CW.
In addition to that, one of the keys to victory was about the Fanny, but I'm not sure if they want to contest it. I think the better route is ban it, because Aura Fire lost to ONIC when Kabuki was on the Fanny. So it seems like ONIC Esports have found that solution to the aggressive playmaking that Aura Fire can have.
Well, to be precise, if we're talking about Fanny, again, her early potential is really good, considering when you are reaching level 2, you can invade the enemy's jungle. But the problem is when you use Fanny in the late game area, you will be knocked up really badly with the marksman. And wow, we can see that the audience prediction by the TikTok is really close, in the margin of just 2%.
The closest one we've seen, I think, of all time, even throughout the last 4 seasons, 52% to 48%, favoring ONIC Esports. I love it. I love the stakes already. I love how this is setting up with the crowd, the audience, not even knowing who to go for.
And I don't really know what we're supposed to expect either, because Aura Fire, sure, we know them to be very chaotic, but with these new coaches stepping up on the stage here, also wearing the JBL Quantum, Coach Aldo as well as Coach Tezet, it seems like both of these teams have become way more disciplined.
Why? Because of the JBL Quantum, right? With the JBL Quantum, the coaches can literally just give the information straight up. No problem whatsoever. There's nothing that halters their communication. And with that, we have seen just absolutely stunning drafts from both Aldo and Tezet.
Yeah, if we're talking about draft, this will be something really important for the two teams. Like we said in the earlier match, that as of right now, draft has a 70% margin rate in your keys to victory, and the rest, the 30%, is how you do the game plan. Is the game plan works? Is the game plan effective, like we see in the earlier match before? But here are the players from the ONIC Esports, and if we're talking about draft picks, we'll be seeing some templates again, I think, about Beatrix getting banned, Miss Valentina, Akai, and also maybe, just maybe, 2 more heroes like Fanny or with Kadifa.
Yeah, absolutely. But here, we're taking a look at the opposite side. The roamer playmaker, Samo HT. Highest average assists, 8.38 assists per game. Fun fact, by the way, Samo is Thomas spelled backwards. That's his name in real life, Thomas.
Yeah. I was already mind blown like a few weeks ago. When
For the people who don't know in the chat, now they know. Because a lot of people ask me, like, Americo, why is Samo's name like that? It's Thomas spelled backwards. Now you know.
Why Samo and then T, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. And then boom, mind blown. And on that note, now this is going to be interesting. Is Samo going to play a more aggressive type of jungle, or type of roamer? Or is he going to go for more cover in this game? Because for sure, Aura Fire, they're going to play very aggressive. I think that's already template, the way that Godiva plays, which is why he suits so well with the Kadita. He can go in for those aggressive plays. He can also get out and sometimes left untouched.
Well, yeah, and also we can see that the ban and pick has already begun. And the first heroes that we see that has been banned by ONIC Esports is Kadita itself. Godiva are not allowed to use Kadita in this game.
And Beatrix too, instantly here. Beatrix's 100% win rate throughout week 4 and week 5 has been shattered, but Beatrix still is at 100% win rate when Kabuki has it in his hands. Aura though, they go for the same respect bands. Again, 1-1 targeting CW and the Fanny as well. ONIC just breezing through the drafts, not giving Aura much time to think.
This is what I mentioned before we got into the draft. I don't think that the Fanny should be contested. If it goes into the hands of Kyrie, disaster. If it goes into the hands of Aura Fire, ONIC seems to have an answer to it. So this is the wisest choice so far, in my opinion, as we are waiting for the last ban to hit. Are they going to prioritize the Faramis or the Akai, or are they just going to leave both of these heroes open and let it go to contest?
They could do contest, but if they're contesting, in my point of view, Aura Fire will gain some advantage here because they can choose 2 heroes in the early phase, making that they can take Akai plus Digi or maybe Akai plus Paquito. There's always some advantage in that area, but ONIC, surely enough, they're picking Faramis. First pick on the Faramis, making this could be a close combat situation for ONIC Esports to do the team fight, meaning that maybe we can see some close combat heroes from ONIC Esports.
We do see that there's a priority shift as well though from Aura Fire. They pick up the Akai, first time for high, and also the Paquito. Fluffy on the Paquito. This is going to be massive. Not only is he one of the best Paquitos, if not the best, but he's taking it away from Boots as well. Boots' signature pick is also Paquito this season so far. ONIC though, now they have a chance to respond. My guess is they might just go for an Esmeralda to match up against the Paquito. Obviously on the hands of Boots, we have seen that before. And perhaps they might go for the Popol, but no, they go for the Mathilda here. And no Esme, the Bauman for Kyrie.
Oh, this is looking scary. ONIC Esports, they're going for that double roamer strat with high mobility. They're going to be able to roam around the map very, very easily with the Balman in tow as well. And so they're going to be able to get all these neutral objectives. And this is scary. The last time we saw this happen, we saw that the Faramis and the Matilda, they just went ganking everywhere, able to just roam around the map and have huge map control.
One big problem from the ONIC Esports draft pick is that they do have Aramis and Matilda and also Bellman, but they do not have a really high ground to defend themselves, or maybe to do some control team fight against Aura Fire, because we all know that Faramis, yes, he's a magic support, magic damager. He can be both, but the problem is the damage output. If we compare it to a Yves, he's nothing compared to Yves.
And right now, on that note, Aura Fire have actually opted to ban the Esmeralda away, and ONIC Esports, as a response, because they know they might be grouping around each other in those team fights, have opted to ban the Lolita. Aura Fire, they do still have the option to pick up someone crazy like the Atlas, so I'm wondering if that is going to be the way that they want to go for this.
They might go for that, right? Lilia is ONIC Esports' signature pick as well. They might just go for something like the Lilia. Sans is absolutely phenomenal on that hero. But right now, I do want to talk about... Yeah, you're right. Faramis can be... Again, we've seen Faramis many times. You're right, though. This time around, I do believe that the Faramis will be the mid laner with the Roamer being the Mathilda. But Aura Fire, they banned out the Irithel targeting CW down. Very interesting. I think that usually, if you're up against CW, you wouldn't want to ban the Popol.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Popol strat lately, and in my opinion, Popol strat is not really focusing on the team fight itself, but focusing on a lot of the objectives. But as we can see on the draft right now, both of the team have not secured marksman any so this could be meaning that Aura Fire can deny pick with the Popol Koopa in their hands, but ONIC Esports, they still need to find some XP laner and also the gold laner.
That's why.
And when we see that Cloud 1-1, Irithel and Beatrix has been gone from the ban section, that means that the ones that are left for the marksman to be picked by ONIC Esports is
Brody,
Clint, Melissa, for the close combat situation.
The Melissa only counters the Paquito though. Maybe also the Koopa technically.
Yep.
The Bidem Koopa will not be able to penetrate the go away. But
Also heavy spin.
Also the heavy spin. But Kabuki has a few words of his own. Kyrie's Fanny is very good. It should be banned. And yeah, they banned it first instantly. So same vision with the coach, I believe, for Kabuki. ONIC Esports final picks Masha and the Melissa we spoke about. 100% win rate still for the Melissa in Season 10. Aura Fire looking to close out their drafting phase now. What they need is a roamer.
Well, in this position, I can say that Aura Fire needs someone that's really tanky, such as Kufra, or maybe, I can say that maybe Godiva can put up some Grok in this game, since Grok has some crowd control effects if we're doing some close combat situation, and also immune to crowd control effects when we see that there is a Melissa in the ONIC Esports.
You're right. His options are the Ruby, like I was about to mention, and the Edith, but Aura Fire have opted for this Ruby pick. The thing is, Aura Fire, what they're trying to do, especially with the Iritel as well being banned there in the second phase, is, you know what, ONIC Esports, we know what you're trying to do. You want to go in full dive, you want to prioritize movement speed, and you want to win with speed. And Aura Fire, they want them to slow it down. So Aura Fire have opted to choose a lot of CC in their department to try and make this happen. But when it comes down to it, it all goes back to how they implement that in the game.
It's that small margin when it comes down to the execution, because I believe that both of the drafts have been set pretty well for the teams. Both of them knowing exactly their win conditions, but I do think that ONIC might have a slight edge when it comes down to the team fights. Ladies and gentlemen, though, the battle for the top. It's time to jump in to the land of Dawn for game number 1, Aura Fire versus ONIC Esports.
Aura Fire here head-to-head with ONIC Esports, the top 3 teams so far in MPL ID Season 10. I do love this roamer duo combo in the composition of ONIC Esports, and I think that's going to bring them far. Especially we know how Aura Fire likes to play aggressive in that early game. The way that they're able to out-rotate Aura Fire is going to be huge to the playmaking potential.
Massive, and here early on, you're already seeing that there's a heavy emphasis in mid-lane control with High rotating and Kyrie even just sneaking out a creep. High didn't notice that, and Kyrie will have a slight lead as both of them go for the retribution onto the Litho Wanderer. Sans is trying to buy some time. High doesn't win it out. Wow. Wait, Kyrie took it, right? Yeah, Kyrie.
Yeah,
wow.
Kyrie took it, but ONIC Esports, in my opinion, with this draft pick, they are going to really prefer the closest team fight against Aura Fire. They do have one range heroes though, and it is Melissa, but we have to remember that Melissa's potential can be just popped out in about maybe 11 to 13 minutes of the in-game play. Okay!
I like this. I like this. Talent's prediction by Axe shows that we have a different prediction with the Indonesian casters. So this is going to get a little spicy. Last time this happened, the English caster predicted right. So we'll see this time though.
We'll see. It's a battle not only for Aura ONIC, but also English casters versus ID casters. As Sans is now going to be able to bring everyone back. Kyrie with a lethal counter, securing first blood. Godiva is next on the chopping block. 1 HP, bringing Sans back to pick up the kill. 2-0 for ONIC Esports.
And this is what I mentioned earlier with this duo combo, the way that both Samo as well as Sans is able to maneuver around the map a lot quicker, a lot faster. And not only that, they're not just utility, but they also deal a lot of damage. They're going to be able to punish someone like Godiva who likes to get in aggressively.
Let's see.
Okay, in my opinion, with Matilda in hand of the ONIC Esports team, at least Facehugger can be countered up by the Circling Eagle itself, but okay, here it is.
Godiva jumping in high also with a heavy spin, bringing Kyrie back, but he's still not able to actually get out. Very good heavy spin as High picks the turtle up, securing the kill and the turtle. Turtle slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Good trade by Aura.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Aura Fire know that they aren't going to be able to contest it, especially that you guys have mentioned time and time again. Someone like the Balman has a double retribution, especially with a lethal counter. So how do they go around it? They just take him out from the get-go, and that is how they are going to be able to win in those neutral objectives.
That's not all, Eterna. As we can see that when Balman has been pinched up by the heavy spin, he cannot use retribution at all, making him really cannot do anything at all, and making Aura Fire has the first turtle in this game.
Oh, Hai actually was able to take that with the retribution. Godiva now with the I'm Offended, bringing Sans back. No heavy spin for Hai, just forces out the flicker from Sans. Very good by Aura Fire right now, as they're able to actually equalize in gold.
Okay, in these early games, we can see that even in the goal gap section, we cannot see that really big gap between the ONIC Esports and the Aura Fire team. But in the rotation area, we can see that Aura Fire is more aggressive rather than ONIC Esports. They are trying to play defensively. They are not trying too aggressively, and this is a big problem in the top lane. Kabuki playing off the goal on the CW turret, making Kabuki is going to be more rich, more gold than CW itself. And even when we look at the emblem, weapon mastery has been taken out.
Wow, mid lane though, beautiful play there by Aura Fire, getting a pick off onto Sans. He wasn't able to pop the cult altar. In the top side, we do see a 2v2. Godiva was looking for an I'm Offended, noticing that he doesn't have it yet. He just backs off.
So far, that does seem to be the case. Aura Fire, once again, with ONIC Esports, not much of a goal distinction. But remember, 5 minutes in, almost, and the next turtle is about to spawn. We do see that ONIC Esports, for the moment, has the better setup. But Aura Fire, very quick to respond to this.
Let's see, both teams onto the turtle. Kyrie is able to actually bring the turtle back into ONIC's side. Aura looking for the play. Godiva jumps in with the I'm Offended flicker combo. Hai wins out the retribution battle, but he's going to be pinned down by the go away. He's taken down. A kill traded in for the turtle. As Boots jumps into the back line. Fluffy's going to be taken low as Godiva falls to the hands of Samo. ONIC win the team fight. Aura secure the objective.
2-for-1 trade for the side of ONIC Esports, and so far it does seem like both teams are quite equal. I think both of them have opted to get the dual action by Axe, the new Axe effect, because the better you smell, the better you play.
All right, in this early game, I still cannot see which one has the more advantage than the other one. But if we're looking at the rotation itself, Aura Fire seems like they do have some objective really straight up set up by the Paquito side and the CW side. We can see that the plays has been taken down by the CW, and even at the bottom lane, Fluffy. We have to remember that Fluffy is the most damage taken players in this season by 3 million point damage. So Fluffy playing with Paquito and against Amasya, this will be a big time for Amasya to catch up on.
CW though, with the help of the cult altar, is able to outplay the situation up top. It's a kill, and it's on to Facehugger. Kabuki forced to back up. ONIC Esports want to push on the pace. They want the turret. They want to convert on an objective. Sans diving in already with a shadow. Stampede. Samo jumps in with the Circling Eagle, bringing Godiva back to the dolls as CW just wreaks havoc, popping the Inspire as well. Picking up a turret. Sans now again with the Stampede, trying to bring them back, almost dishing enough damage to take them down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kyrie was able to clear out that wave, so Aura couldn't actually look for any trades.
So unfortunate though, Aura Fire initially had the better setup, but the movement speed coming in from Sans as well as Samo was just too much. They instantly rotated towards that top side and turned the entire situation around.
Okay, this is some unique item from Melissa. We can see that the first item is Lilac Plates and then follow up by some Wind Shelter, but he does not secure any shoes or boots at all, making the ONIC Esports team in the CW side, he's kind of low on movement speed.
Very low on movement speed. And you can see here, again, Kyrie this time securing the turtle. High, taken low. Turtle's Lane presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. A very good objective take by ONIC. And again, it's the little win that ONIC are able to get in the game, like that top side turret, to actually set up for the next one.
And so far, it's actually starting to deal up as well. ONIC Esports already with a 1,000 gold lead so far. It does seem like Kyrie as well as High battling it out a little bit there in the top side. And it's interesting because Aura Fire so far, they haven't been able to be as aggressive, trying to focus on the objectives. But up until now, even Fluffy on his signature hero can't do much in that bottom side.
Again, Fluffy, he's going all out, alone, up there, and using Flicker just to escape. No backup from the Aura Fire teams make Fluffy just wasting his resource skill.
A massive resource spent there.
Yes.
Flicker is going to be very, very big, especially for ONIC Esports, who has Cult Alter, who can force fights very easily right here. Aura Fire, they're a bit more slow. They're a bit more reactive when it comes down to the team fights. They need to wait for ONIC engage, but right now, ONIC, they don't want to engage. What they want to look for is turrets, obviously, with CW taking that in the bottom side. Goose jumps in with the Thunderclap onto Kabuki. Kairi is here as well. Kabuki taken low. Heavy spin though by High, peeling away for Kabuki. Good synergy by the two Aura members, as ONIC Esports are forced to back up from that top side.
That small skirmish reminded me of my childhood.
Why?
You know the spinning...
Beyblades.
Beyblades, yeah. So wow, yeah, okay, that's quite a sight to see right now. And for the moment, we can see ONIC Esports still with a 1,700 gold lead, and CW once again still staying true to his name. Fun fact is he has one of the most highest damages to tower, number one actually, to tower, and that's exactly what he's doing. They can't really go for these aggressive plays. They know how Aura Fire reacts, and so they just go for the objectives, and so far it's been working really well for them. They do have the better map pressure as well because of the top and the bottom side has been taken down.
And not only that, if we're comparing it to the contest on the Lord itself, High is actually having more chance to get the Lord since he has some heavy spin. But that can be also be countered with Suns using a Cult Altar. Yes, they are going still to achieve some of the crowd control from High itself, but at least if the Aura Fire teams has the Lord itself, ONIC Esports can punch back Aura Fire with a team fight and maybe can take down 3 or maybe 2 people from the Aura Fire.
It seems like ONIC Esports have actually opted to retreat from Aura Fire. Now you can see that Kabuki is actually rotated towards that top side to clear in those lanes, spreading pressure and to force ONIC Esports to deal with that to get a man advantage in this situation. We see though as well that Fluffy is already on the way.
He's going to be first to the fight. A one-man advantage as Samo gets stunned up by the bottom Koopa, but that's going to be the Cult Altar play. Samo losing the Cult Altar HP as the backline will be targeted by ONIC Esports. Fluffy doing the same thing onto Samo, flickering out. Godiva taken low, but it's going to be Kabuki who finds the kill. Lethal counter by Kairi, equalizing as Kabuki is forced to back up, flickering out. But look at that, Godiva's 1 HP. Samo took him down. A 2 for 0 for ONIC Esports, but look at Fluffy. He's waiting in the midst. He's looking for a steal, a miracle play. Will it happen? Fluffy jumps in. Kairi denies him the opportunity. Securing the Lord. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Really well played by ONIC Esports in that particular team fight. And it poses the question whether or not Aura Fire drafted enough damage. They do have single target from Kabuki, but ONIC Esports with the Melissa, they do have the AoE advantage when it comes to that 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, with the gold models, and even when we see at the KDA itself, CW hasn't been taken down anywhere. We can see that 1 kill, 0 death, and 7 assists. And one thing that I'm really surprised with CW is how his trigger finger is actually working. With the go away, he's really benefiting from the space that from Suns make with the Cult Altar and giving some pre-hit to the Aura Fire, making them retreat. And even so, the Lord has been secured by ONIC Esports because CW can poke around the Aura Fire teams and making them go back.
And look at the macro plays here from ONIC. Again, they use the Lord not to push. They use it as a distraction to push the other side. Mirroring the Lord and forcing Aura Fire to respond to all of these plays happening simultaneously. ONIC are masters of this game, and Kairi just stole away a little creep.
That sucks.
Sucks for Aura.
Sucks for Aura. I mean, you already got this much. Why do you have to push it in even harder? ONIC Esports now leading with 5,000 gold lead, and so far the main man here, Facehugger, with one of the most assists in the game as well, is using Yves, but unfortunately it hasn't really amounted to much. He's chosen it 9 times, 67% win rate, but every time he pops up, that real world manipulation. It's always just cancelled. ONIC Esports, they know exactly what the winning condition is and knows exactly how to implement it as well.
In my point of view, Aura Fire's draft is going to have a big team fight with Facehugger and Godiva combined, and also Kabuki as the DPS from the Aura Fire team. High is going to be the momentum maker with the pinching with the heavy spin, and even when we see with the item itself, High is only taking 2 slots of item with the Guardian Helmet and the Curse Helmet, but if we compare it to Balmon, this is a massive gold leap. With the Balmon itself, 8,000 gold. When compared to Akai's, it's just 5,000 gold. This is a really big gap. Even when we look at the Akai, Molten Essence, Anti-Cuirass, Guardian Helmet, Radiant Armor, and still Lifeless, meaning that Balmon, by taking a presence on the team of Aura Fire, he's still doing damage with the Molten Essence.
Even though ONIC Esports are winning it out so far in terms of that economy, but I think that has to wait. High Forcer Retreat right now is able to get so much damage taken onto him, but what I wanted to say was never count out Aura Fire. I think this is something that we've seen time and time again. Against all odds, Aura Fire, their instincts are just so sharp. They have that killer instinct, and they know where to go in at the right time and make those crazy plays. It all depends on High, Godiva, as well as Facehugger, in my opinion, at the stage, and whether or not they are going to be able to utilize Fluffy to engage or disengage.
And it's all about the setup, Eterna. The setup we saw yesterday from Aura and ONIC Esports. Both of them have to be on the top of their games as Boots jumps in onto the flanks, onto Facehugger. Samuel helping him out as well. Facehugger forced to pop that sprint, and again, forced errors across the map. Called Ulcer plays down to bait out a few abilities and to zone Aura Fire away. Lord taken down to 10,000 HP, instantly slain by Kyrie. ONIC Esports win the setup game, and they get rewarded with an enhanced Lord in the 14th minute.
I'm not even mad when I saw Sans using the Cold Altar to save Matilda, because that's the strat. The strat is to make a distraction while Balmon from Kyrie is doing the Lord objective. And even in this minute, we can see that Kyrie is securing Blade Armor to fight against Kabuki. And as far as I can see, Aura Fire strat is not going too well until up to this point, because I still didn't see any of the combo that were meant to be in this game. Facehugger and then combines with Godiva. I'm offended. Kabuki is becoming the backline with the DPS itself. Fluffy become the finisher with the jab itself. High become the momentum maker, but no. Did you see any of the momentum?
Not yet?
Not yet.
Real-time win probability presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series as well says that ONIC Esports has a 67% chance to close this game out. What do you think, Eterna?
I mean, it really looks so. That Lord is already marching towards that top side, but remember, Aura Fire, they do have the damage and the high ground equipped to be able to defend this at least. But look at the way ONIC Esports are pushing all 3 lanes.
Oh my god.
Fluffy already chunked down so low. CW doing CW things as he takes down the turret down below. Base turret number 1 taken down. Lord cleared out by Aura. They're looking for the mid and top side, but it's not pushed up just yet. ONIC might have to take the discipline route, backing off out of this one. Aura Fire can look for a trade. San jumps into the back lines, again jumping in, but look at the disengage from Aura Fire. They're able to pull everyone back right now, but Basic's taken low. No members falling just yet for both of the teams, but they look for the base. CW going crazy for it already, and they secure game number 1. ONIC Esports, a massive victory to boost momentum.
Very textbook by ONIC Esports, and at the very end, that AoE damage coming in from Melissa was just too much. It was able to zone away the members from the side of Aura to even defend their own base or even try to clear the lanes, despite them having that high ground.
It's not only on the area of effect of Melissa, but from the range itself too. We can see that Melissa, she's outside of the base turret from the Aura Fire teams, but she still can do some damage to Paquito and even almost getting killed by one player, which is Masha with the Thunderclap. And the rest of it, we can see that Yiv, yes, there are Yiv in the Aura Fire side, but she's not going to be effective at all since there is Matilda in ONIC Esports side. And we know that Matilda can always secure the real-world manipulation and close down the shop, making a bigger and safer space for ONIC Esports to do the team fight against Aura Fire.
You're right. Every time Facehugger was trying to open up that ultimate, it was
We did not
cancelled.
see any of a big momentum happens
No, we didn't.
with a real world manipulation.
It's insane because even if it doesn't get cancelled, Facehugger has to think twice about, wait, has the Matilda used the Circling Eagle yet? Because even if I open it now, it could be rendered useless, and that is a huge resource wasted.
Massive.
So well done.
It's so well done. And this is very similar to yesterday as well. Clay, when he was on the Yves, T-Boy just did not let him play. He did not let him pop that ultimate. Very similar here. Yves, I can't remember when he used the real world manipulation properly, right? He's always cancelled out. He's always zoned away by Boots, Samo, the two MVPs, I believe, in game number 1. They always zoned perfectly. And CW's Melissa, of course, dealing so much damage onto the turrets, making Kabuki's Popple and Koopa do nothing.
As we said before about Melissa, Koopas cannot reach her when go away is imminent. And it makes a safe space for Melissa to do the damage without taking the risk of getting hit by the Aura Fire teams. And we'll take a look at the items itself now on the ONIC Esports. We can see that CW uses all the offensive items with one tough boots. Demon Hunter Sword, Windtalker, Berserker Fury, Maleficator, and even one guaranteed item for the safety for the CW is Wind of Nature. And with this item, we can see that the kill is not really that high, but the assist number is skyrocketed. I think it's about 90% of the kill participation in this game with the CW.
100% CW.
These items. Oh, yes! 100% with the kill, of course. 100% with the kill from CW. This is a big play from ONIC Esports. If we see CW yesterday with the Popple Koopa focusing on the objective itself, but ONIC Esports, it seems that they are having one vision and one mission in this game itself. Like ONIC Esports, they don't seem like they are really focusing on the objective by per se, per players, but per team, as a team. They are really going on and pushing that objective really hard. Even though Kyrie's missed his retribution a few times, but the early potential from the ONIC Esports is still big enough to make Aura Fire did not have the space to make a counter attack against ONIC Esports. Even with Facehugger, we can see the glowing one, Ice Queen 1, Enhanced Talisman, and Divine Glaive. Yes, he do have the items that necessary to make some utilities against our ONIC Esports with some slow effects and burning effects from the glowing one, but he did not have the space to do the real world mutilation.
And another thing that's just massive here is Kyrie and Hai. 11,000 gold by Kyrie with Kyrie, and for Hai, it was 6,900. That's a massive gold gap in the jungle. My God. But here we are going to take a look at the post-game recap, the corrected version of the post-game recap very soon. Before we get to that, Eterna, any last thoughts before we throw it over to Choji again for the post-game recap?
I think in terms of the draft, Aura Fire realized that they were lacking the damage. So if you saw the itemization coming in from Facehugger, he actually bought the Divine Glaive, and that's not something that we usually see. When we see the Yves by Facehugger, we usually see items that are defensive, that are utility, like the NOD, perhaps the Brute Force Breastplate, but no, he optimized and opted for that Divine Glaive, so more damage, but in return, Facehugger, he had to be very careful with his positioning.
Even CW in this game, he's really greedy with 3 titles in his name as the rich guy, as the carry, and as the Forgotten One itself. Even when we see the damage dealt by CW in this game, 80,000 damage has been done with 100% kill participation. We can see that ONIC Esports, they do really going after the kill itself, but after they do the kill, they always find us a way. How can we maximize the potential of the trading itself with the objective after we get the kills? It's always been like that with ONIC Esports, and yes, they proved that really well in our first game right here.
MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. CW took 3, and now he's going to take another one. The MVP 1-0-7, 761 GPM, 100% kill participation. Just walk us through this masterful performance.
I'm not even surprised when I see CW as the MVP for the game right now. And what's really interesting for me is when we see a marksman, we always we always see the highlights of the damage itself from the marksman, but not with CW. The CW itself, we can see that in the team fight, he's really prioritizing on the still leg plates on the first item. And then the second item, he's going through the Windtalker and then Berserker Fury. So he's really disciplined about the items itself. And look at his positioning. We can see that his positioning is really on point with the boots on the frontliner itself and then being held by a few other teammates back then.
Such a good performance by ONIC Esports. Again, it's all about those little wins, right?
Yep.
We've been talking about this, but in the top level of competition, those little wins stack up. They stack up and they give you so much of an advantage when it comes down to neutral objective control and even team fights, Eterna.
It was a very low-kill game. 8 to
Very.
4 in how many minutes? Because usually when we see Aura Fire play, they go in very aggressively, a lot of kills on the board, and they're usually now able to translate that into things. But man, the way that ONIC Esports they didn't want to go in for that. Even if they go for a team fight, they had proper disengage as well because of the guiding wind from Matilda. And it rendered whatever plan that Aura Fire had useless.
And you know why I personally went for ONIC Esports in the talent prediction? When I saw Popo and Koopa on Kabuki, I said ONIC. Kabuki needs playmaking heroes. Beatrix, Yuzong, playmaking heroes. Even Wanwan, perhaps. We haven't seen him on the Wanwan, but he needs those playmaking heroes to actually lift his team up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brad. I don't see any babysit twos on towards Kabuki itself. Like, he's
solo.
He's fighting against Melissa, and in the early games, yes, he have Koopa. But when they both reaches level 4, it's kind of hard because of the go away that Melissa has. When go away is popped up, Koopa cannot touch her at all.
And I think that's the advantage of the draft coming in from ONIC. They were able to roam around very fast. And what is Godiva supposed to do? He's on Ruby. He's on Ruby. He's running against someone who's gliding with that additional movement speed. So it was very difficult in that sense, and just
It was a masterful draft
like,
by the professor.
you know?
Yeah, the Dragon Whisperer, Tezet, wasn't able to whisper to the dragons in game number 1, but surely with the loss, they did take an L, but an L in the pro players' books isn't a loss, it's a learn, all right? They're gonna learn from this one, just like you guys can learn with Livin' by Mandiri on how to save money. Download Livin' by Mandiri right now to get special promos, and keep an eye as well on MPL ID to get the latest information for all the Livin' by Mandiri goodness. Choji, you use Livin' by Mandiri, right?
Well, of course, because in Indonesia, the most ATM that I see is Mandiri. It's really an ease of access when you want to get a cash.
Especially now, you can just download Livin', right?
Yeah.
So all the transactions can be made online.
And cardless too?
It's just such a massive deal. But it's also a massive deal to Aura right now. They need to win to secure first place.
guys, I don't like this.
It doesn't seem like they're watching, they're learning, they're focused on the game. As you can see, I think he's watching the replay of the game.
He is, but it doesn't feel like the room has that
energy
that I want them to have.
Actually, I want to remind you guys that with ONIC winning the first game, this makes them, whatever the result of this match is, they're still at the top standings. They're still at number 1. And here's the game recap with the CW against Facehugger. We can see that from the Facehugger perspective, yes, he do have some zoning potential, but not by a lot since, again, Matilda is present on the ONIC Esports on the first game, but at the ban section we can see that Fanny, 1-1, Cloud, Esmeralda, Iritel, and also Kadita, Beatrix, Valentina, Atlas, and Lolita is being banned on the first game. So, if we can see on the second game, Kadita is going to be banned, or maybe, or just maybe, Bellman is going to be banned, because we all know how big of a threat Bellman is, especially in the early games with the big potential on the objectives itself.
I don't know. At the stage, I think the Kadita is still going to be prio.
The thing is, it's prio for both of the teams.
Exactly.
I forgot that Samo actually used it before Keyboy in one of their matches.
Yeah.
Now though, on Esports with Game 1's momentum, they're walking back up on stage. Coach Aldo and Coach Yeb together. Since this move, I don't think they've lost.
You're right. Very confident. And they seem very confident as well when we saw them backstage. So I guess they've decoded Aura Fire in a sense. But too early to tell. Still 1-0. Aura Fire does still have the chance to win this 2-1 reverse sweep. So it all comes back down to the draft, I do believe. I think, again, looking at the post-game stats as well, Aura Fire didn't have enough damage.
I think in terms of damage, when it comes to damage, it's actually...
Remember, he's going against Cult Alter.
You're right. They don't have... Well, it really depends, right? Because if you take a look at it, they do have damage. But it was just because the members from ONIC Esports, Boots, Sans, and Samo were zoning the damage dealers away every single time. Here, we do have the match history for Aura Fire as well. If they are able to win this, they will be on a 3-win streak. But Kabuki, you're right. It seems very different from the Aura. It looks like they're frustrated. It looks like they're having a mental block.
Well, because they lost their chance to get into the number 1 again. Remember, 1 game win from ONIC makes them stay in the top place. And if we're talking about the draft pick, in my opinion, on the first game, yes, ONIC Esports do have a better draft, in my opinion. With Kai, with Yif. Okay, the Aura Fire team, they have some damage output and they can certainly do some counterattacks against ONIC Esports. But the problem is, back like the first match we had before, was the momentum to do so. Whenever Yif opens up the real world mutilation, she always gets set down. Whenever Akai try to make a momentum by using the heavy spin, the rest of the ONIC Esports member are being picked up by the Matilda itself, making heavy spin a waste on resource.
There you go.
Yeah.
They are not able to facilitate the damage. They have the damage, but it's not facilitated properly, so it couldn't even be used. It couldn't even be popped up. This time though, Aura Fire definitely learning from the first game. They opt to go for the blue side with the first pick. Now, they're forcing ONIC Esports to ban the Fanny again and the Beatrix, but what's different is they have first pick. They can force that Faramis pickup for themselves. Aura going for the same bans, except the Akai, obviously 1-1 now.
Okay, Akai, 1-1. Kadida and Fanny. So far, we're still looking at Valentina and Faramis that are open, and Balmon. Okay, Julian has been banned in this game. So that means either Faramis or Valentina may be popped out in this draft. But we also have to remember about Beatrix. This far, Beatrix has not been banned at all.
No, not yet. And ONIC also need to be careful of Valentina and Faramis. Aura with the first pick, they can just play it freely right now. They ban Julian, Akai, 1-1 because they're trying to force that out from ONIC. ONIC will always ban Kadida, so that's already 1 slot taken away. Oh my goodness. They're trading. They banned the Valentina. They want to give the Beatrix over to Aura. And they want to take the Faramis. Remember, Kabuki is still at a 100% win rate on Beatrix this season.
It's debatable though. Like, which one is more prior? Which one is more expensive? Because some people think that the Faramis is even more important and more expensive to let go. And this is what I wanted to mention. Aura Fire sees that this is going to be the case, and so they pick this up for themselves. However, ONIC now have the Beatrix and the Paquito, who both are the strong and comfort heroes and the power picks of ONIC Esports as well. This is gonna force Aura Fire in a tough position.
ONIC Esports taking Paquito and Beatrix. In my opinion, they are enough on damage itself, but ONIC Esports still needs some momentum to keep out the Faramis outside of the team fight to make Cult Altar not possible for the Aura Fire teams. But we can see that Cho has been picked by Aura Fire teams, and this makes plus a Lolita. Could this be a Cho jungler?
It could be a Cho jungle, it can be a Cho XP, and also a Cho gold. Kabuki, Hai, Fluffy, all 3 of these players know how to play that Cho very well in the MPL stage. They pick up a Lolita, so they secure mid control, and they leave the Cho as a massive flex pick. Now on Esports, it's up to them to pick against this. Do they want to go for a counter to Cho? they want to pick up maybe perhaps another flex pick just to enable that Paquito. Remember, Paquito is also a flex pick. Jungle, XP, we've seen it in both of these roles from Kyrie and Boots.
You're right, you're right. It's gonna leave ONIC Esports with a bit more questions than perhaps they're comfortable with. We can see that they're thinking very hard on this, but their decision and final decision is going to be the Yve pickup. And I gotta say, picking up the Yve against the composition that Aura Fire have already used, it's a little questionable. The Cho can cancel it, and so can the Numnon Blast coming in from that Lolita.
But this could be meaning that I think there will be some priorities for for Cho to pick up onto. Like, if he takes Beatrix, okay, the damage pillars from the ONIC will be gone immediately. But if he takes Yve, the high ground defense of the ONIC Prodigy, ONIC Esports will be taken up immediately. But here's the head-to-head between Kabuki and CW. We can see that from the turret damage. The CW has bigger turret damage than Kabuki, and lastly we can see that the average damage per game and this head-to-head has been lead by CW2.
In terms of the gold lane matchup, it is one of the most highlighted ones when it comes down to Aura versus ONIC Esports. And here you can also see that from a total of 7 picks, CW's Beatrix was able to get 4 first turrets. There you go, the fans as well though. Feeling so cold up there in the top. It's ONIC time, they believe, so we'll see. Aura Fire with the Diggy ban, they will be able to finish their...
Oh my god.
They ban Diggy, and ONIC Esports, they pick up the Atlas.
Okay, first of all, ONIC Esports with their bans in the second phase, they have protected the Yve and the Beatrix from additional issues with the Masha, with the Yuza, who can dive into the back line and disrupt it, right? And Aura Fire, in return, they want to be able to utilize the maximum potential from the Numnon Blast coming in from the Lolita by banning out the Diggy. But that now has backfired onto them as ONIC Esports have picked up someone like the Atlas. Aura Fire are now forced into a position where they have to be either more careful, use heroes like the Melissa, and pick up more Purifies perhaps to respect that particular engage.
Okay, to be honest, from the Aura Fire's draft pick, I'm still questioning their draft pick because as you can see, they have Lolita and Faramis itself, meaning that these 2 heroes are really a good fit for a big team fight. But the rest of the picks with Cho, Melissa, and Eamon, these 3 heroes are pick-off heroes. They are not really suitable for a big team fight, especially Eamon. Unless it's a Cho with a kidnapping situation, maybe he kidnapped a Beatrix, maybe he kidnapped Yve. That'll be a good condition, but Eamon and Melissa with Lolita and Faramis, I could say that's a really big requirements to do a big and good team fight for Aura Fires.
To be honest, Choji, I think Aura Fire were forced into that because they know if they go for a 5v5 team fight, now that ONIC have picked up the Yve, the Atlas, and the Esmeralda, they can't do it. So they had to kind of change their game plan mid-draft to go for those pickoffs instead.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, both of the drafts have been set. For ONIC Esports, they've opted for a team fight composition with a whole lot of AoE. Before Aura, they go for the opposite. They go for pick, they go for map prio. And with this, it's time to see once again the clashes of playstyle, the clashes of skill. It's time for the battle to the top. ONIC Esports leading 1-0. Aura needing 1 game. Here, this is it, the decider. Will it be 1-1 or will it be a clean sweep for ONIC Esports?
Aura Fire's last chance here, and I gotta say that drafting phase was immaculate from the side of ONIC. Very smart drafting, forcing Aura Fire into a position where they don't have too much of a clear winning condition. ONIC Esports, however, just need to be able to clump these members up, and here we go. The kill pressure already we feel coming in from Samo as well as Sans.
That's the kill pressure that we expect from this kind of composition, especially early on. They want to go for all of the fights early on, but Kyrie, look at him, high and dry. Godiva goes in for stun. High picks up the Little Wanderer. Facehugger able to bring Samo back, 1 HP. They're going to go for first blood. No! Godiva. Facehugger is actually the one who picks it up. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, Aura Fire and ONIC Esports, they still have to be careful though, because both of their roamers are very reliant on that level 4. They are both ultimate based. Both Lolita and Samo need that, but this is interesting. Okay.
They moved on
Talent's
to...
prediction by Axe shows that all of the members in the caster desk, both Indonesian and on the English desk, have opted and said that ONIC Esports have the better draft.
You know why I opted for ONIC? And I think this is the same reason as well. Aura Fire have a very gimmick draft. Sure, in the early game, I do believe they're going to have a lead, but they need to use that lead very fast. If ONIC Esports are able to wait past the maybe 15th minute, they'll have the advantage when it comes to power spikes and hero power.
We have to remember that Aura Fire only brings one Purify with Facehugger. There are no more Purify and Aura Fire players. Godiva using Flicker, also Fluffy, Kabuki using Inspire or Fury. So this could be a game where ONIC Esports will win if the Taras has been taken down.
And just like that, what we said, Fluffy as well. With the Jikundo with the Dragon, Kyrie and Sans disappear. Aura Fire with the early game, pressuring ONIC Esports.
Where did Fluffy come from? What? He just went in for the flanks and was able to get something out of it, and that's insane, and that's what Fluffy can do to you, given a playmaking hero like Cho. Aura Fire now leading with 1,000 gold, but on the bottom side, Kabuki gets taken down in a gank. A little bit of compensation, knowing that they will not be able to contest this turtle.
Whoa, okay, in the bottom lane we can see some trading happening where Aura Fire takes down the turtle, but the plate has been taken a little by a little by the ONIC Esports, and this means it will be some.
Purify popped in, Samo flickering out. CW now looking for the shot onto Facehugger, but he's able to actually dash out. Godiva wants to go for Samo. Perfect match popped in. It's time to take a look at the emblems though.
Well, if we take a look at the emblem itself, Beatrix have a little advantage in the early games with the weapon mastery attached to her. Considering that usually the first item for Beatrix is Blade of Despair, it means that Blade of Despair will be amplified by about 15% more powerful than if it's being on Melissa itself. But Melissa is using a weakness finder, so he could take some movement speed up from this emblem, but it will not do much in the laning phase. And it will have some benefits if the team fight has already been gotten bigger and bigger.
Wait, what happened there? Samo didn't have the Fatal Links, I believe. That's what happened. I thought he was going to go for the combo, but yeah, you're right. Right now, Aura Fire, they're actually playing really well, getting that lead early on.
Yeah.
ONIC Esports, you got to be careful, though. If they can't shut down CW, he's going to be a menace when we hit the mid-game.
And his power spike is going to hit a lot faster than Kabuki as well. So that's also something that they need to be aware of, especially the Atlas combo with the Fatal Links as well. It's just so momentum-based. Aura Fire need to be very careful and very aware of their positioning and everything that's going around on the map, because the kill pressure is definitely there.
Yeah, and that's going to be Fluffy jumping with the way the Dragon, bringing Boots down. Taken very low. High still going in. Fluffy almost outplayed by Boots. 1 HP. High's trying to look for the final hit. Boots with the sprint, able to get out of a 2v1 situation. Aura still are able to find the advantage though, because they will be able to trade that pressure up top for the turtle for free, as ONIC Esports look towards that bottom side.
This is scary. ONIC Esports, they have to be careful because Aura Fire, they're just going very aggressive on these objectives. I guess the idea from ONIC Esports is they're not going to get these objectives on the board, but they are going to trade for those gold plates. But Aura Fire, I think they also noticed this, and Godiva has actually been babysitting Kabuki here in the bottom lane.
It's tough right now as you take a look at it, because ONIC Esports, they're putting so many of their resources down below. Kyrie is not getting proper space to farm.
Well,
Kai is one level ahead of him.
Yeah, even when we take a look at the item itself, Paquito from the Kyrie, he did not take the first boots. He is prioritizing on the Hunter Strike itself, and even when I noticed the emblem is high and dry, so this could be meaning that maybe there will be some split plays from the Kyrie itself, or maybe it's not just big enough.
Yeah, they're going to go in onto CW, who's able to flicker out. Beautiful peel by Samo as the go-away pins him down. Facehugger taken low, silence down below. CW goes over to play, but Facehugger walks out of the map. Dodges away from the Wesker. Aura Fire now down below, looking to convert on that objective.
Counterplay after counterplay right now, and you can see Kyrie as well as High battling it out.
Oh,
but it's gonna be High outplaying Kyrie.
Woo, this is an action-packed game. 5-1. Boots, though, in that top side. He is the last pillar for ONIC Esports. Every lane has fallen for now. Aura leading.
What I really love about Aura Fires is that they know that their strat is to be good at laning phase, and they do good, really good at laning phase. We can see the bottom lane has been destroyed, even so. Also, on the mid lane itself has been destroyed. 2 turrets have been destroyed, and this will be a good resource for the Aura Fire to give a big punch to the face for the ONIC Esports team.
Now, this is a problem though, right? Because Aura Fire, they love to go in and roam as 5. Right now, it does seem like they are very dependent on the playmaking that can happen from Fluffy. But ONIC Esports are able to utilize that to their advantage. They're able to push the waves rather easily, force someone like Fluffy, who they need in these team fights, to take. But here we go, Samo once again.
The burst coming in, the pick for ONIC Esports. The CW gets a cheeky shot onto Kabuki with the Renner. High, 2 levels above of Kyrie. He's gonna go for the turtle. Samo trying to zone him away with a perfect match. Fluffy jumps in again, has the Way of the Dragon, will not use it just yet. Jumps in with the Jikundo. Real world inflation baited in. What the heck, Kyrie? He steals it away. 2 levels below, and he does that.
What? How is this possible, Joji?
Well, in my point of view, Sans is really giving some pressure with the real world manipulation in place on the front, in the front of the turtle itself. So making High maybe taking some pressure and lost some focus.
How the? Okay, that's 2 levels.
I see
my God.
I see the movement, and that is the movement of someone that are in doubt.
Oh.
He's really in doubt of getting turtles or maybe taking the team fight against ONIC Esports before.
Oh, this is so scary. Both teams are in a precarious position right now. It could always just turn back. Aura Fire leading with 2,000, but what is 2,000 to one moment that can instantly take it back away? We do see that Aura Fire does have some control, but they have to be able to manage those waves properly. ONIC Esports able to utilize that bottom side to push it to their favor as well as the top side.
If you want to grab the turtle, if you want to grab food just like how Kyrie grabbed the turtle, go ahead and order it with Grab Food. Discount code 20,000 IDR with grb.to/MPL. Scan the QR code if you guys want to take the easy route. But right now, there's no easy route for Aura or ONIC. They both have to fight their way out of this one.
Well, this is a little threat to the Aura Fire teams when, like I said before, when there are no more turrets in the mid lane or the bottom lane area, Samohate could freely move with his paddling, and this will be a big trouble since Aura Fire does not have a lot of Purify. Facehugger is the only one who has the Purify, and even in this moment, in the first 10 minutes, Kyrie has secured a Malefic Roar, with High also securing the Divine Glaive, so this will be a fight of penetration between those 2 junglers.
You're right. I do agree with you that ONIC Esports have that playmaking potential, but can't the same thing be said with Aura Fire?
Yes, they do have Godiva, but the problem is Godiva needs to play it sneaky, while ONIC Esports, their potential is by taking a rush towards the fronts of the Aura Fire team, like this one, Sneaky.
But they're not able to get the Noomnow Blast onto anyone. Now Fluffy jumps in with ammo, but look at the Fatal Link, bringing everyone back into place. Suppression's coming in, but look at the damage coming from High. He goes to the back lines, able to delete Kyrie. Son taken low, taken down by Kabuki. Picking up a double kill. Aura Fire melt through ONIC Esports.
A 3-for-1 trade favoring ONIC Esports as only 2 members are left standing. Aura Fire with the insane man advantage is going to be able to take this Lord away uncontested. That was so beautiful. Aura Fire went in for the engage. ONIC Esports tried to respond to it, and instead it was Aura Fire winning it out in that team fight.
Well, actually, we can see that the momentum has been taken by the ONIC Esports team, but unfortunately, High's damage with the shard itself is really high.
Yeah, that Divine Glaive was worth it.
Yep, that damage was up to the roof. Like, High can easily damage 2 players from ONIC Esports and making them not comfortable enough to continue the team fight and make ONIC Esports retreat all the way back to the base.
Right now,
just with 1 shot of Highs using Ammons.
It's absolutely crazy, that damage. I did not expect it to deal that much. But he is on his comfort hero. That's why this is the most, High's most pick hero in Season 10 so far. You can see it through, but we do have a pause here. It was initiated by ONIC Esports as they're going to have to relog, I believe, into the game to solve this issue. CW.
Yeah. And if you guys missed what happened before the pause, so far, 10 minutes have already elapsed. Aura Fire with a total of 8 total kills and ONIC with 3. Aura Fire was leading with a bit amount of gold, I think 2,000 before that team fight that occurred. I'm not really sure what the standings are looking right now, but ONIC Esports have been forced in a way to kind of go about the team fights in a responsive way, and it has worked. And Amon High just had this insane X Factor amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the turning point for the Aura Fire teams. Like, they're taking down 3 players at once from the ONIC Esports, and they are taking down the Lord itself, meaning that they could be having a 4K gold gap between, against ONIC Esports.
On that note, though, we are going to jump back into the game. 4,000 gold lead, spot on. 10 minutes in, about to hit that 11th minute mark. Lord taken down by Aura. They're going to look for some value here. ONIC Esports have a lot of high ground, but remember, the dive potential from Aura is massive.
It is massive, and that's something that they have to be aware of. You can see that the Lord is already marching here in the bottom lane. Samo forced to retreat so far with the zoning that has occurred by Godiva. Aura Fire, they don't want to go in too aggressively though, as it seems as they're going to be retreating and opting to wait for those waves to come and push at the same time.
Oh, this is going to be really hard for ONIC Esports to do the defending maneuver. Since we all know that, yes, they do have Suns in their hands using Yiv. Real Revolution can be popped up really good, but remember Godiva with the Nominum Blast, no one can take him down when he's taking up the arms of the Lolita. And the only one that can cancel that maneuver is only Kairi itself, but it's going to be really a risky move when Kairi is holding the Retribution itself. And as we take a look at the item itself, there are no Bloodlust X that I can see from the Kairi. So, plus no killing spree potential from the emblem, it's going to be hard for Kairi to do a prolonged team fight.
Samo too getting caught, but brings everyone back with the Fatal Links. Getting 2 members, Nominum Blast connecting on the Zon's going to be jumped on there, but it's not going to be able to deal more. That's going to be Boots jumping in with a massive falling Star Moon. CW wants to go for more. Nibiru's passion as well, all alone. Kabuki with the plays, forcing the flicker out. CW able to dash away, but Aura Fire still hold, grasping onto that 6,000 gold lead.
Man, what? That's insane. You could see that Aura Fire was struggling in a way, but they made it work somehow. ONIC Esports now, they're forced in a position that CW needs to optimize for more damage. The Malefic Lore has been utilized now, and perhaps that's what they're betting on. It's insane because when you say that ONIC Esports are relying heavily on the playmaking that Samo can have, every time he goes in for it, you can see that Facehugger instantly goes in with the Cult Altar, and whatever happens, whatever burst potential that ONIC Esports initially has, renders useless.
Well, even when we see on the Kairi's item itself, he does not have any defense magic items in his hands. All we can see is just 1 Tough Boots. The rest of it, Maleficator and Hunter Strike. But CW, the damage potential from CW is pretty big enough, but Samohate, up until this point, I did not see a big momentum maker from the Samohate itself and making a turning point for the ONIC Esports, because he's the key player if ONIC Esports wants a momentum to take back the precision and counterattack the Aura Fire team.
I have a question. What are the cooldown seconds on Facehugger's ult and Atlas's Fatal Links?
If we're counting down on the fatal links, it's about 60 seconds without a cooldown item at all. But if we are looking at the face hugger itself, I think it's about 70 seconds at the most level, at 15 level.
Okay, so it's not
sorry,
that
level
far.
15. Yes, it's not that far.
I thought that perhaps ONIC Esports could bait it out, but what? Fluffy goes in very aggressively.
Way too deep. That might cost them this team fight, but it's going to be the rapid. Oh my god, look at that! Samo is able to find a fatal links onto two members. Doing a blast! Connecting onto the back lines. Both trying to help the team, but Aura equalize. Oh my god. We're going all the way to 3 games in the series.
And this is what we want. This is high-level Mobile Legends. This is the upper bracket, and this is what we expect. ONIC Esports, they throw the first punch, but Aura Fire very quick to throw the second. And now both teams have equalized. It's back to a best of 1.
This is a big game. In the second game, we can see that Aura Fire's play, it's really, really good. Even though I thought the graphics are better on the ONIC Esports itself. Even the caster's prediction all pointing on ONIC Esports. But wow, High, Facehugger, these combos are insanely good for the Aura Fire teams, and I can see that why Eamon is one of the comfortable heroes for High himself, because that damage potential, once that momentum pops out for High, that momentum can be the turntable for the Aura Fire itself. Like, we all know that up until, I think it's about 10 minutes, in the first 10 minutes, we did not see any advantage from the teams, from ONIC Esports or the Aura Fire itself. But when High using that shot, that one time, we can see that the tables are now turned towards Aura Fire.
The instincts, man.
It's insane. There was a mistake by Fluffy, but it didn't matter because Facehugger was able to come back, help him out with the Cult Altar, and they weren't really able to go for anything else there. Even the Fatal Links, it connected onto 3 members, but it did not help ONIC whatsoever. Cult Altar from Facehugger's Faramis fails every ONIC setup.
And even when we consider the Fatal Links from Atlas himself, yes, he did a lot of momentum in this game with his Fatal Links, but the problem is that Kyrie's using a Paquito without a killing spree. He's using High and Dry and not using Bloodlust X. That's a big mistake when you want to do some prolonged team fight. And with Atlas in mind, ONIC Esports surely want to do some prolonged team fight. And we have to remember that there is also Lolita in this game. That means that every Fatal Links that has been done can be countered back by Lolita itself. And we can see it from the items itself. We can see that Kyrie is not using Bloodlust X and using High and Dry emblems. And there are still one defense item with the Radiant Armor, but that's not enough. Because as we know, High using Genius Wand, Veteran of Heaven, Divine Glaive, and Winter Truncheon, it's not just Radiant Armor that is needed to deny the damage from High itself, but Kyrie also needs Athena's Shield. When he picks Athena's Shield, at least the durability will be better against High, because as we all know, that shard is really, really bursting down and melting down Kyrie instantly in that one moment. And even Samohate is using the same item with the Radiant Armor and also Dominance of Ice to also not just only reduces the regeneration of HP from the Aura Fire teammates, but also to reduces the attack speed from the Aura Fire. Sans, in this game, is using Ice Queen 1, Glowing 1, and has Talisman. This is a template items for a Yiv, but the problem is, yes, there are some times where Sans uses the real relation, but it's not quite enough to push back the Aura Fire members of the team fight and make a safer team fight for ONIC Esports. And this is the statistic where we can see that High has the highest damage in this game with 38,000 damage has been dealt to ONIC Esports, and Godiva is the forgotten one with a total assist. Yes, because the problem is that Godiva is using a Lolita, and Lolita, like I said before, in this game, he has to be sneaky. Yes, there are moments where Godiva missed that Nominum Blast, but at least a few punch to the heads of the ONIC Esports make a little bit momentum by catching up Aura Fire teams to be able to run away or maybe take down some of the ONIC Esports member.
Take a look at Boots, 0% kill participation. We mentioned many times that he's actually an XP laner that really likes to roam, but on the Esmeralda this game, he wasn't really able to roam. The Cho actually was able to pin the Esme down in that top side and the XP lane constantly.
Well, here's the problem. When we see that Aura Fire have Cho and Godiva, it will be a really hard time for Boots to keep continuing using that Frostmoon Shield, because as we all know, if Esmeralda did not reach a 40% cooldown reduction, that means every second counts. When he did not push that Frostmoon Shield skills, it can immediately lose all their white HPs.
Shout out to Hai though, because he's your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Eterna, Aura Fire with this game. They're stretching it out to game 3.
They really are, and you can see that with a KP of 91% as a jungler, he was roaming around the map incredibly fast and incredibly efficiently.
Yeah, and even so, we can see that in the early games, the damage potential from Hai is quite high enough, even though he is using a Mystery Shop emblem, not an Impure Rage or a Magic Worship emblem. And when we compare it to Kyrie's in this game, it just not match up really good enough for the ONIC Esports team. And back again, this is the moment where Samo Hate always uses the Fatal Links. No matter how many players are in front of there, the point is to take some crowd control. And look at Kyrie's HP. One shot from Hai, making Kyrie's having nightmares to go straight back to his home, which is the base turret. And that kind of damage makes the ONIC Esports confused of what they should do, since they're losing 3 members and the Lord is open quite widely and making Aura Fire a big chance to have that Lord, and making Lord pushing really hard on the top lane itself, plus the Dominant Blast pressure from Lolita makes a big safe space for Aura Fire to take down the base turret from the ONIC Esports.
With that though, 1-2-1, back at it again. All the casters were wrong this time. First game, you were right.
Yep.
ONIC, Indonesian casters predicted Aura, but second game, it's all wrong. Maybe in the third game, all of us go for Aura, and I don't know what will happen then. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a series.
This is a series, you're right. And the interesting thing is, we made our predictions based on the draft. Something that Coach Yeb has said in the past as well is that despite being outdrafted, Aura Fire has that instinct to be able to take it back even though the odds are against them. And that's what we saw in game number 2.
Basically, for us, objectively, we're taking a look at, again, the draft, right? But for Aura, maybe the normal draft, the meta draft, isn't the best one for them. They like to go with a crazy draft, and it absolutely paid off for them in game number 2, destroying all of our predictions. Obviously, it all comes down to Coach Tezet with the JBL Quantum. He's able to communicate so well, and they're able to synergize so well in the draft with crisp, clean communication. Sound is survival. If you guys want to play like a pro, get the JBL Quantum series right now. Because take a look down below. JBL Quantum 50 is only IDR 275,000 from its original price, 400,000 IDR. That's a steal deal. Just go and scan the QR code right there if you guys want to check it out and get yours today. You can hear the slightest sound of your enemies swaying in the bush.
That should be something that's not obvious, right? Something that's not obvious made obvious. But in that particular game that we just witnessed, something that was obvious was not executed, Mirko and Choji.
What was that?
We saw how much damage Amon had, but there was not one of them who made magical defense.
Yeah, very little. They chose Radiant Armor, well Kyrie did, up against a Faramis and an Amon. So he wanted to just take more damage, but in the end, he was very squishy. On that note though, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break before we head on to the decider. Mirko, Eterna, and Choji.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game, the final match of the series, the decider, who gets first place at the end of week 5. Still back at you on the English desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Choji.
Man, this is going to be incredibly interesting because both teams have developed very quickly and have adapted to each other's playstyle very quickly as well.
Yeah, I do have a spoiler to tell you guys though. I heard backstage while we were on the break, Samo has been swapped out for Keyboy.
Oh, okay. That is quite interesting, as we can see that actually Samo is doing really well in the second game, since he's making a lot of momentum for the ONIC Esports team. But okay then, if there is a swap, but here are the most high impact player for the team on the second game. We can see the high and CW has the highest impact on the team, but on the ban and pick section, we can see that a lot of the heroes are still a template heroes, where Kadita, Fanny, Valentina is still being banned by ONIC Esports. Meanwhile, in the Aura Fire side, they are still banning Kadita, they are still banning Beatrix, and also Valentina.
You know, when I think about the roster swap, Samo swapped out with Keyboy. Do you think that they might go for more aggressive plays?
Could be, maybe. More mechanical heroes too, perhaps. But speaking of mechanics, you did see the triple S tier player. 3 weeks, he was able to make it to the team of the week as a gold laner.
Yes.
There you go, the official announcement. Keyboy stepping in, Samo substituted in game number 3.
Okay, this is interesting because I'm seeing 180 degrees difference between Samo Hate and Keyboy itself. Whereas with Keyboy, I'm feeling like he is more like protecting his teammates and making a momentum, while Samo Hate plays like a beast out there trying to find the momentum by rushing in through the fun without any help at all. And if he gets the momentum and other players did not receive that as well, well, it's not Samo Hate's fault to blame.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you. I think Keyboy, perhaps because of his larger hero pool, has a lot more things to play with when it comes down to that draft. He's able to use the Natalia, perhaps, or even the Selena.
Kadita as well?
The Kadita as well is also an option. So coming into the draft here of game number 3 between Aura Fire as well as ONIC Esports. Now, this is what I was going to talk about. With Keyboy stepping into the midst, Aura Fire is forced to ban that Natalia out, which leaves more options available on the board for both ONIC to take.
Good read, good read. Natalia banned out here, but again, ONIC Esports, after the loss in game 2, they're still opting to stay on the red side, giving Aura Fire that first pick. But this time, they ban out the Faramis. Beatrix is open, the 100% win rate hero for Kabuki. They prioritized the Faramis early on, just in the second game, but this time with the Faramis banned out, they gotta go for the Beatrix, right?
Well, in my opinion, Aura Fire is more worth it to take up the Beatrix first rather than the Valentina itself, because as we can see, if ONIC takes the Valentina, they do need to copy some of the players from Aura Fires, right? And that can easily be countered by taking some really high impact ultimate heroes from Aura Fire. But no! A really big deny on what we just assumed. There is Beatrix and Valentina for ONIC, because Aura thinks that Paquito is the better option for this game in the first pick for Aura Fire.
That's crazy. I mean, so far, actually, fun fact. Just today, Beatrix has been sitting on a 0% win rate. All right?
Yeah.
Today, it's on a 0% win rate, and guess who's at 100%? Paquito. So, maybe it's the shift of meta again. It's the tournament meta progression. On Esports, though, they will not be shy. They'll just pick it up instantly, the Beatrix. And now, last time they went for the Esmeralda. This time, do they go for the same? Of course not. Valentina was open. They do not want to give it over to Facehugger.
But a little 2 cents for me that I'm not quite agree with Paquito using high and dry and without Bloodlust X at all. That makes the durability and the prolonged team fight for Paquito himself. He cannot fight too long in the battlefield when he's using high and dry or without the Bloodlust X.
It's very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Paquito, high and dry, you need to build full damage and you need to play like an assassin.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But here, Aura, they pick up the Yves and the Mathilda. Paquito should go to Fluffy in the XP lane.
This is interesting, right? Because when we thought that someone like the members from the side of ONIC picking up the Valentina, that they've opted around ultimates that aren't as groundbreaking. But here they are, Aura Fire, with zero deciding factor to just pick up someone like the Eve, like the Matilda as well.
And I actually want to add, no, Paquito is not on 100% win rate. It's 100% win rate if it's picked up as the XP laner. Because just now, it was picked up as a jungler and it lost with the high and dry. ONIC Esports with the final pick. Esmeralda still open up against a Matilda and a Yve. It can be the choice, but they go for the Cho. Keyboy's signature pick.
Okay, this will be a big trouble for the Yve itself because she will not have a safe space without looking at the map first, looking where the Cho is. And if we take a look at the Aura Fire's draft, with Matilda and Paquito in their minds, in their hands, that means that Aura Fire's movement will be pretty quick enough to do some inside or outside the team fight. And here are the head-to-head between Hai and Kairis.
Wow, so, but man, looking at the draft, ONIC instantly with the Amon respect band, taking it away as an option for Hai to use. I mean, we saw how much damage he was able to utilize, and even onto the tanks. It was just a little too much for them to handle, I suppose, and that is going to be the ban that they have brought forth. Aura Fire, though, on the other hand, have opted for the Balman ban, so taking it away also for Kairi.
Something to note down as well is, I think ONIC Esports are setting themselves up for a dive composition. Baiting Aura Fire to ban out the Balman. Oh no, I thought they were going to be the ones who wanted to pick up Ling, but they banned it here. So I was completely wrong as to what they were setting up for. Two of Hai's heroes. Is it wise to go and ban out Hai, the man that we know has the largest hero pool in MPL ID?
Yeah, we've seen Hai using Kufra as a jungler. We've seen Hai using Valentina as the jungler. So we could have some surprise pick from Aura Fire themselves. But from what I've seen, ONIC Esports, they ban towards Ling and Eamon, but they are still having some potential if we're talking about the XP lane. They still have some potential to take down some Yuzong, but no. Phoveus has been picked by ONIC Esports, and this will be some big matchup against Matilda and Paquito, since they will be prohibited really strictly by Phoveus to not using their dash, and which means that this is some straight deny pick to Aura Fire. They are not being allowed to use Assassin Jungler in this game.
This brings me to the assumption that this Paquito is going to be in the EXP for sure. So no longer a flex because they did ban out the Esmeralda, but in response, ONIC have picked up someone like the Phoveus. But wow, Hai is going to be using that Natan in the jungle for sure, and this is going to be Kabuki's signature Yuzong diving into the back line to disrupt whatever pressure that CW has with that Beatrix.
Oh, it's very risky by Aura.
As I said before, with the Ling and Eamon has been banned, Aura Fire needs some surprise pick, and here we are. We are surprised really well with the appearance of Yuzong and Nathan. One more pick from ONIC Esports, and they seem to need some junglers, and Lancelot it is, who can easily dive in to take down Nathan. But the problem with Lancelot in this meta is he's going to fall off really quickly in maybe 13 or maybe 14 minutes into the game.
I thought it was going to be a Julian for Kairi, but like you mentioned, they go for the high-risk, high-reward hero. Lancelot on the hands of someone as talented as Kairi mechanically is very scary, especially because you already have a very immobile hero in the jungle. You have Natan. Kairi on the Lancelot, will it be good or not? This time we will see. A lot of signature picks coming in, but now we are going to get ready for the final game of the series, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe if it goes all the way to the late stages or the mid-game, Aura might have a little bit of an edge, but we're going to jump straight into the portal for the decider, ladies and gentlemen. ONIC Esports versus Aura Fire.
The last life here for both of the teams to make it into that upper bracket slot here in week number 5. And as you can see here, Godiva is going to be on the Matilda, so expect very aggressive plays here, usually, because that's what we usually see Godiva.
And expect Kyrie to bring Demon Slayer. There, Kyrie, Demon Slayer. Boots opted to go for Avarice on the Phobius. So he wants to get that power spike faster. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's going to be Kyrie jumping in again. Godiva taken down for sure. First blood already by ONIC Esports onto the hands of Kyrie. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series, but Fluffy jumps in. Keyboy able to flicker out high, going for Retribution. Wins it out against Kyrie. Flame shot coming in as well, as Sans wants to keep it going, but they will both disengage.
Wow, with Lancelot in mind, we can see that the playing area for ONIC Esports, they have to do some really quick win for this game, because as we all know, Lancelot has a really bad fall off in the late game area, and considering that Aura Fire has Fluffy, which will always and will be permanently scaled up by his items, this will be some kind of assassin versus assassin power, even though Paquito is a fighter.
But also remember that Kabuki's not on a marksman either, so if it goes to that matchup, if we want to see who is going to be taken into the late game, we also have to consider that Kabuki's on a fighter. He's not going to scale as well as CW on the Beatrix when it comes down to the later stage of the game. And so, as Boots, Phobius is also going to scale when it comes down to it. So, very difficult matchup. I'm not really sure who is going to be in the upper hand. I do believe ONIC Esports, though, with CW, with Boots as well as Sans, might probably have a better advantage.
That's why High picked up the Natan, because they don't have that late game insurance in the gold lane. So they shift that over into the jungle. He won't have as much pressure when it comes to the wave clear or the jungle clear as Kyrie. As you can see, ONIC are first onto the turtle. And this is why it is a risky pick for Aura Fire. First objective taken by ONIC Esports by Kyrie. Turtle Lane, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series.
Wow, okay. In the early phase, I can see that ONIC Esports have a quite good and decent also in the rotation scheme where they can take the first turtle. But Aura Fire, when they are using a high jungler using Nathan, this will be a big problem, because as we all know, Nathan is really item dependent heroes. His item need a cooldown reduction for the passive to stay up and on the maximum side, or maybe take the attack speed power to make the most DPS out of Nathan. And as we can see from the item itself, Nathan is using the killing spree emblem plus the penetration and the movement set on the talent.
And this means that... what was that?
That was a prediction.
Forced the flicker there, so very interesting, very aggressive as well. And this is the thing, Aura Fire, they need to be able to force other things on the map. They can't control the neutral objectives because of their composition. So how are they going to translate that? Because so far, Aura Fire here in that gold lane, but wait, what? Boots in a 2v1 situation is actually going to be able to make it out alive.
Not just that, he's actually able to win the trade, popping off the demonic force and just shooing them away, just like you guys can shoo the dandruff from your hair with the head and shoulders that you see on screen. Limited edition with Tigreal on the packaging. Kyrie stealing out the purple buff, finishing his 100 strike right now.
One thing that I'm concerned with Aura Fire is that Facehugger is using Yiv in this game, but as we all can see, there is Boots using Phobius, so one Astaros Eyes can actually decline or maybe refuse the real world relation pops out by the Facehugger.
Yeah, negation, that's going to be key when it comes down to those 5v5 team fights, but it seems like Aura Fire aren't actually going to look for a different trade on the map. They're going full throttle, setting up for this turtle.
Real world inflation popped in by both of the teams. Kabuki instantly cancelling out, but Kyrie wins the retreat battle. Boots now jumping in with the demonic force. That's going to be CW picking up a kill onto Godiva. No more kills on the board. Fluffy trying to open up the map just a bit, but ONIC Esports win another trade. 2-for-0, kill and turtle.
That's not good. ONIC Esports now with a 1,000 gold lead, and it wasn't just any kill. It was a kill for CW. That's not something that you want to feed, especially now that you see that he's able to win that top lane. But Kyrie getting very aggressive here onto Natan, who he knows has very limited movement control.
Ooh, okay, there's some waste resource on the Lancelot itself, but as we all know, it is actually needed to play aggressively against Nathan, especially in this early game, to make a stop on the Nathan's gold itself. And we can see that the gold gap between the jungler Lancelot and Nathan is not that high. It's just about 700 gold in a difference. But the item itself, no. There's no difference in the items, just only in the gold itself. But as we can see on the Aura Fire, Godiva is not doing so much in this game since he's always being poked by Keyboy. And whenever he is going to do some circling eagles, Keyboy is always defending Gift at this point.
That's what you can expect from Keyboy. That's something, maybe that's one of the reasons why ONIC Esports have actually opted to move in Keyboy and take Samo out here in this game. Maybe they realized that Samo was playing a little too passively and they needed that aggression coming in. And you can see now already a play coming in from ONIC.
Kyrie already with the conceal play coming in. Kabuki is going to be able to dash away, but all just sets up for the turret take. Beautiful movement from ONIC Esports, enabling CW to pick up the turret for free, but Fluffy is waiting in the bush, goes over the knockout strike onto two members, dishing out a whole lot of damage, but he will be taken low. ONIC Esports on the run. Kabuki trying to run them down as well as he patches up onto Boots. Keyboy gonna get taken down. Demonic Force popping in, but Boots is gonna fall. Kyrie jumps in onto the members. Kabuki still able to zone him away. CW jumps in with a flicker, not able to finish Facehugger off. Real world manipulation popped in onto CW, but he guns them down, sniping each one, picking up a wipeout and a triple kill.
What? Did you see CW there? Woo! He was caught in that real world manipulation. He used his dash and he was able to use that last snipe onto Facehugger to take him down and prevent him from getting taken down himself. And that was insane. 5 members from the side of Aura Fire instantly eliminated. ONIC Esports pushing their gold lead to 4,000. And now with that, they are going to be able to get this turtle uncontested. Aura Fire now back on the back foot.
He did not care at all about that real-world manipulation. As we can see, there are some damage that has been inputted to the CW himself, but well, he's just wagging around there and taking the runner and one shot through the Yves with 2 bars left, still can be taken down by CW, and that's a big momentum for ONIC Esports since they wiped out the entire team of Aura Fire.
Oh my god! CW, that's why you pick up the big tricks! Jeez! What was that?
Mirko, 5-0-0 KDA here in the 7th minute.
Oh my god, CW is popping off. You're not going to be happy if you're Aura Fire right now, because when you give this much space to CW, he pops off. Kyrie also with a BOD. CW getting another snipe into Kabuki. Oh, this is dangerous.
This is dangerous because Aura Fire's quote-unquote safety net was Kabuki. Kabuki to be able to dive into that backline, disrupt CW on that Beatrix. But even now, one Renner shot takes Kabuki to half health. So if he thought that that was achievable, it's going to be very difficult. He needs to itemize fast.
This is some playground for CW. Even when we see Lancelot diving in, he's not going for the kill. He's just doing some poking damage when CW is the real finisher for the ONIC Esports.
Absolutely. Here as well, you can see, right as you say, the finisher, CW finishes up that turret. Fluffy's trying to go for a trade. Oh, he might be overextending here. Oh, he goes in for one more jab. 2 members trying to cut him off. Fluffy against 2 members. Keyboy comes in with a Jikundo. CW's going to be able to one-tap him right here. Fluffy!
Oh my!
1 HP. Keyboy trying to catch him. He's able to run away. Snipes! You cannot get away from CW!
What was that? Oh, the snipes! So beautifully placed, so effective, so efficient. And that's CW. We usually see CW not making these flashy plays, but man, his micro has really progressed here in his MPL ID Season 10. And now, ONIC Esports once again on the top lane will be able to get this Lord uncontested. Aura Fire, no solution whatsoever.
This is the result when you let Beatrix used by CW. He's using his runner like he's using his Nibiru. Never miss a shot at all. In this game, as far as I can see, as far as my ninja eyes can see, he did not miss a damage at all using the runner. And even when we'll take a look at the items itself, using Blade of Despair, and then Hunter Strike Malefic Roar, and then going through. I think it's about Blade of Heptasis that is going to be built by Beatrix. This is going to be quite a lot of damage, and since Kyrie is not really good at late game potential because he is a Lancelot, using Beatrix as the finisher is a really genius thing for the ONIC Esports himself. And even when we see Cho in this game using Radiant Armor, Hercules Belt, Dreadnought Armor, and Leonard Jarkin, he is enough to dive in to the Aura Fire teams and then kidnap one of the players.
Let's see right here, CW going for the siege onto the base turret with the Lord. Keyboy zoning the other members away with the G Kundo as well. They pick up the base turret in the mid lane. Kyrie dashing in. Sans doing the same thing, but they are able to find one base turret with the Lord. That's very value.
10,000 gold lead here for the side of ONIC Esports, and they're gonna keep pushing with the mini plays flashing here in the top and the mid side. That's exactly what they're going for.
Keyboy as well, gonna get knocked up twice as CW munches on the turret. Going for the turret shots once again. Kyrie dashes in as well with the Thorn Rose. Kabuki jumping, Kyrie doing the same. He's just styling on Aura Fire right now. 11,000 gold lead now, and ONIC Esports decide that's it. We're backing off. Discipline.
Dude, Lilas is insecure. Seeing a Beatrix can do a lot of damage to the turret without the minion at all. Let's just take a look at the damage at the top lane before. It's so big that CW doesn't necessarily need the minion to be pushed on the top lane. And we can see that Aura Fire, the only turret that left for the Aura Fire is only the bottom turret. And we can see that in 50 seconds countdown, the Lord is going to pop up, and this Lord is going to be enhanced, and this Lord will have an enhanced power to take down the base turret since two of the inhibitor turrets from the Aura Fire has been taken down. But one thing that I noticed is Sans in this game, he's not using quite a lot of his ultimate because back again, he does not have enough space to take the real relation from Facehugger.
The CW miss? He landed that render shot onto high, and that literally just gave ONIC Esports the base turret down below. 3 base turrets down before the enhanced Lord even spawns Eterna.
They don't even need it at this point. Look at the way that they're playing the waves as well. They're trying to bait Aura Fire from coming out, because if they don't, they're not going to get any gold. Already a 12,000 gold lead here, and Kyrie to top it all off already with a Malefic Roar.
Remember as well, now that they have the enhanced Lord, all CW needs to do is flicker onto the base. 4 shots is all it takes from the Wesker. With the help of his team, maybe he can just hit it once and it'll be over. Aura need to stop ONIC Esports from getting into the base. With the enhanced Lord, how do they do that?
Well, simple. They still can use Kabuki as a distraction and maybe just to be sponge damage for the Lord itself outside of the inhibitor turret. But not only that, Facehugger still have the real worm elevation. But the problem is Facehugger is using Impure Rage. And the condition for the Aura Fire, they are really pressed down so hard by ONIC Esports, which I don't know. Facehugger, did he have enough items to make real world manipulation make the Lord feels the pain? Because we can see that the items are not quite so good for the Aura Fire standpoint.
Let's see, Fluffy already taken very low. Again, real world manipulation popped in, but it's gonna be Kabuki who gets pinned down, taken out. Godiva jumps in onto ZW. It looks like it won't happen for Aura. ONIC Esports stay on top, wiping every member, securing #1 for at least a week. What a dominant display in game #3. Beautiful plays, ONIC Esports.
That wasn't even a game at that point. That was a slaughter. My God, Aura Fire. They were forced into a position to where they had to force these really early on aggressive team fights. They had to go in rather faster because they were on the time bomb. They didn't have the late game comp that ONIC Esports has with the Phobias, with the Beatrix, with the Valentina. And unfortunately, even from that early game, ONIC Esports were able to dominate. And so this really does show that it does get cold in the top at #1 of the standings here in week #5 of MPL ID Season 10.
If you want to win against ONIC, ban the Beatrix. That's the simplest question that I can give to all the teams that are trying to take down ONIC. Because as you can see, 6 kill without death at all, without assist at all, and using Renner. And I might say even 90% of the Renner shot is always accurate to the point where Aura Fire cannot even have their HP full at their own base. That is such a big threat for the Aura Fire teams. And as we take a look at how Lancelot's play in this game, he just like someone that is carrying retribution, that's all. His objectives in this game, Kyrie's objectives in this game is just carrying the retribution, takes down the objective from the Lords and the Turtles, and then that's it. Because the damage is purely from CW. And the rest of it for the momentum, ONIC Esports have Valentina, ONIC Esports have Cho. That, okay, maybe, well, yes, there are some points where Cho did not use the Way of Dragon to kidnap a few moment players from the Aura Fire itself, but at least he always protects Beatrix when she wants to engage to the frontline area of the Aura Fire itself.
Just give the MVP over to CW, man. Give it over to CW.
That's my word.
We don't even need to see it. It's him.
That's my word.
Without a doubt, it's CW. Oh my God, CW with a performance that literally, oh man.
Even 2 shots of Wesker has taken down Paquito. He's a Paquito. For God's sake, he's using Bloodlust X and he's using the Festival of Blood emblem, but it's still not enough to sustain the damage from the Beatrix.
We're gonna throw it over to Mongstar. Let's take a look at the interview.
ONIC Esports lagi dan lagi mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan sehingga posisi mereka di klasemen masih berada di pucuk yang dingin banget, dan Bude lagi kedinginan bersama dengan Buttes. Halo Buts.
Halo.
Gimana rasanya di pucuk?
Alhamdulillah, bersyukur.
Bersyukur. Kedinginan nggak?
Enggak sih, masih hangat sih.
Masih hangat ya, berarti betah di pucuk? Betah ya? Dan kalian berhasil ngemenangin dengan 2-1. Mungkin bisa dibilang di leg yang pertama dan leg yang kedua ada sedikit perbedaan dong pastinya cara melawan Aura. Gimana di match kali ini?
Nggak ada perbedaan, sama-sama seru sih.
Sama-sama seru?
Pertama sama keduanya ya.
Oh gitu?
Ya.
Terus kamu juga kan ngelawan, bisa dibilang salah satu pilar juga ya dari tim Aura, Fluffy, yang emang lagi naik banget nih namanya di MPL dan dengan performa yang luar biasa. Ada kesulitan nggak sih?
Nggak ada, bawa enjoy aja.
Bawa enjoy aja?
Ya.
Lalu bagian paling seru sebenarnya kalau di dalam match untuk Buttes yang kayaknya wajahnya senang enggak, sedih enggak. Apa? Bagian mana yang paling bikin kamu excited tadi?
Bagian pas mau end.
Pas mau end?
Ya.
3 game itu?
Ya.
Semuanya?
Enggak. Kan game kedua kita kalah.
Oh iya, kan di end juga kan, di end sama musuh.
Kita yang end maksudnya.
Oh yang pas nge-end itu bikin kamu excited?
Ya, pulang. Ke GH.
Pulang ya.
Ya.
Tapi game kedua akhirnya kalian dikalahkan. Dan gimana cara ngeriset? Padahal kita tahu kekalahan itu kan pasti berat kan. Tapi di game ketiga kalian berhasil untuk mengatasinya. Gimana Boots?
Karena dari playernya juga santai semua, terus kita punya coach-coach yang hebat, dari mental coach, ada coach fisik juga, ada Mars Aldo, coach Chef juga, semuanya ada andilnya.
Wow, disebut semua ya sama Buttes yang memang Bude mau tanya sama Buttes, kamu tuh kayak flat aja, seneng kagak, sedih kagak pas kalah. Itu rahasiamu untuk performanya selalu stabil kayak gitu kah?
Iya, soalnya waktu kemarin ada waktu teriak-teriak kalah mulu, ya udah balik lagi ke
oh gitu?
Kayak ginilah ya.
Oh gitu,
Ya.
Ini di set untuk kayak gini ya?
Ya.
Tapi kalau set tadi kalian di game yang ketiga ada perubahan player, siapa yang ngeset itu? Apakah dari playernya atau dari coachnya? Atau karena lawan ini kayaknya harus Kiboy turun nih di game ketiga?
Kayaknya yang ketiga itu sih, lawan ini harus Kiboy yang turun. Soalnya dari Kiboy sama Thomas juga sama-sama bagus mainnya.
Tapi pergantian itu memang sudah direncanakan sebelum match berlangsung apa mendadak tuh tadi?
Mendadak.
Mendadak banget?
Adaptif
dengan cepat. Dan ngelihat perubahan banyak banget dari komposisi dari tim ONIC Esports, itu kan banyak banget. Kamu harus menyesuaikan berbeda-beda terus kayak gitu, ada kesulitan nggak?
Nggak ada, semuanya teman, dari gameplaynya juga udah match.
Atau malah kamu seneng ketika ada perubahan? Bisa ganti gameplay atau apa gitu?
Enggak, semuanya sama.
Sama?
Ya, gameplay kita mirip-mirip sih mau siapapun yang main.
Wah.
Yang penting disiplinnya.
Disiplin, kedisiplinan paling penting. Tapi kemenanganmu untuk Aura 2 kali. Leg 1, leg kedua menurutmu sendiri apa yang membedakan kalian dengan Aura?
Kita menang, mereka kalah.
Betul sekali, Boots. Luar biasa. Boots, ada nggak tim yang bikin kamu paling gregetan di MPL? Atau playernya mungkin?
Paling EVOS aja sih, kan belum menang lawan EVOS season ini.
Jadi pengen ngalahin EVOS nih?
Ya.
Pengen ngalahin EVOS. Oke, akan kita saksikan. Mau ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih buat EVOS?
Tetap konsisten aja, kan mereka main udah bagus. Tetap konsisten, naik terus. Biar bisa ngasih yang terbaik juga pas lawan kita.
Oke.
Dan tentunya kita juga bakal ngasih yang terbaik.
Pokoknya kasih yang terbaik aja ya. Oke, kalau begitu terima kasih ya Boots. Bude Clara Mongstar di sini akan melempar kepada caster, silakan di breakdown gamenya ya.
Thank you so much for the interview, man. Oh man. Yeah, Eterna, what do you think about the game?
Honestly, this makes ONIC Esports a lot more scarier because now they're looking full form. In the earlier stage of this season, it seems like they were still adapting with how many different types of rosters that they can bring up, but now they can utilize each and every single one of them successfully, and this gives another layer to ONIC Esports, very different to what we saw last season. But this is the game recap here between Aura Fire as well as ONIC Esports. 13 minutes, 14 minutes is all it took for ONIC to win so dominantly against Aura Fire.
Well, yeah, so if we look at the CW's items, 13,000 gold is a big goal. With the 13 minutes game, it means that every minute spent inside the game, CW keeps 1,000 gold every minute. Even when we're looking at the items itself, Hasklaus, Blade of Despair, Blade of Heptasis, Hunter Strikes, and Maleficor, these all are items for the offensive position. And CW always does the offensive positions really well. And if we add up the emblem with the weapon mastery, that means that these items has been amplified by 15%, making the damage itself even higher than without the emblem itself. And Kairi using the Demon Slayer emblem, Blade of Despair, Endless Battle, Ares Bell, Hunter Strike, and Maleficor. This is quite decent items for the Lancelot, for the poking damage. And we can say that Kairi in the early games, he always plays it roughly, aggressively, trying to dive in and take down Facehugger by himself. But when he did not succeed, he does not overextend. He always comes back home in the right moment and did not take a big risk to just take down the Facehugger. And for the Aura Fires, Hai is using Hunter Strike, Scarlet Phantom, Wind of Nature, and it seems like he's going to the Berserker Fury, but it's not enough time in this game to take that item and making the damage not really that high for Aura Fire. And we can see that the carry is CW with 48,000 damage has been done to Aura Fire teams. And again, while CW is not as greedy as the first game where he takes 3 titles, he did take 2 titles in this game with the Rich Guy and the carry respectively. And the Sandbag is fluffy in this game with 71,000 damage has been taken as a Paquito. And lastly for Garwan, Essence as Valentina with 8 total assists. And as we can see that ONIC Esports, as you said before, Miko, they are the objective. We can see that the charts here, the damage to tower and Turtle/Lord Chest turret, it all comes down to Aura Fire being pinched out by a very little margin.
Yeah, we've been highlighting CW, we've been highlighting Kairi, Keyboy, but I gotta say, Sans was a monster on the Valentina. At some stage, he was dealing the most damage as well. But of course, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is going to be none other than CW with his insane out of the box plays. Like, oh, I remember that one moment in that real world manipulation that he was just so quick.
Tapped everyone.
To adapt to that 8-1-1 KDA 75% KP, as well as now we're going to take a look at the MVP highlight by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Dude, even CW has a 956 gold per minute, and that's quite high in this current meta. And as we can see that the play for the Aura Fire in the early game, they do quite decent, but as long as CW, look, he did not care about the real world manipulation. 3 hits on that real world manipulation, but still standing up tall enough to take down the face hugger. And that moment makes a big play for the ONIC Esports to push down the mid lane turret. And even when the lore has been taken down by ONIC Esports, they still insisting to end the game really quickly, since they know High will be a big threat in the late game. So this is it, a big game for ONIC Esports today.
CW. That's all you need to know for the series. That final game was just CW. But you're right, Sans, he was really Sans about it, yeah? If you guys don't know what Sans means, in Indonesian it means chill. So he fits his name in the game. He didn't have any crazy flashy plays, but he was consistent. So he was a chill member in the team. Very consistent though.
Super consistent. But I think we make each other feel better about CW as a gold laner, because we usually say that he's more utility, more focused on towers. But now we're going to take a look at the mic checks as well.
Bisa dong, mati sama gua. 350. Tarik gua bisa nggak? Tarik gua. Kedua lang. Gua aman. Gak mati gua. Gua langsung hidup ya, Pakai langnya sekarang bisa mati. Nice, lagi mati. Tahu, Bud. Boleh lewat guys. Konsil dia ya. Boleh lewat ya. Nice. Stop. Ini Pak Kito nih ngapain nih? Ngapain? Mitnya lihat ya. Nice. Guys. Ayo mati. Low banget ya. Mau mati. Gua tip ya. Gua distract. Mana lu, Jay? Lihat gua enggak ada ulti ya. Jay, pasti. Atasnya tengah darat. Aman kalian. Tabrakin, pukul. Nice, Jay. Flicker enggak? JV enggak ada flicker. Ayo. Darat semua dia. Nice. Mid ya, Lord dulu. Adin. Gua aman. Atasnya bisa flicker. Pergi. Betul. Lihat. Ulti balik. Gas. Mati lu. Nice. Nice banget. Alhamdulillah guys. Gua GTV. Gua lihat lu lang. Low banget TV ya. No frame shot. Nice ya. Gua lihat bud. Lu balik bud. Gua masih aman ya. Itu bud guys. Low semua tuh guys. Low semua dia. Gas. Nice. Gua lihat lu lang. YP. Low sprint. Mati wes. Enggak, nice try. Ulti dia. Nice. Masih nggak perlu kick gue ya. Flicker guys, lihat. Fight guys. Nice. Jangan naga. Koboi guys. Nice. Gua cancel ya fight-nya. Nice banget. Depan dulu ya. Depan dulu guys. Orang dulu. Nice. Lihat MM. Hai.
What a game. What a performance. 2-1. And we're about to see the MVP standings as well later on. CW, with him getting the MVP, can he make it to the top 5?
Not sure, because the MVP is based on match MVP, game MVP, and MVP of the week. So those are the things that are taken into consideration for those of you in the audience who might not know where we get the MVP standings
The points.
from.
Where the points for, right? 5 points, I believe, for just a game MVP. Then you have 10 points for weekly MVP.
Well, that's a big question for me. Is this match going to replace Kabuki's with CW or not?
Ooh.
Because as we can see before that, Kabuki is a tier tier player because he won 3 times on the first team every week. Will this replace Kabuki?
Will CW replace Kabuki as Team of the Week gold laner? I think with that performance, actually, yeah, this week they haven't lost at all. So I do think that he will take the Team of the Week this time around. Kabuki, unfortunately, wasn't given the Beatrix, and that's always going to be a question in my mind. They prioritized the Paquito, but in the end, guess what bit them in the butt?
What?
The Beatrix.
The Beatrix.
Well, technically, that's what shot them.
In the butt.
In the butt. If it was Oppo and Koopa, maybe it was the bite up, right? But they got, CW, that sniper shot. That was so satisfying.
It's not safe.
As a Vitrix player, it's just so satisfying to see 2 shots connecting like that and getting a kill. But here it is, Choji, key to success. Kyrie, 3, 1, and 4.
Second pick successfully optimized by Coach Aldo with last pick power for Kyrie, which is Lancelot. That it is some quite surprise for us, since we know that in this meta, the jungler that always pops out is a tank jungler, not an assassin jungler. It's been a long time since we see a lot of assassin jungler, and lastly, is from the previous match is Ling, right? Ling as a jungler for Rebellion Zion, I think. Yes. Yeah.
What? Last week?
Last match. Before.
Last match?
Before match. Our previous match.
I don't think Ling was picked up by Rebellion Zion.
Is it Alter Ego?
I think it was Selly Boy, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Selly Boy.
It did work out
It's
for
Selly
him
Boy.
as well, because Rebellion Zion won. And the Assassins have been flippy-floppy so far in Season 10. Not really getting a footing just yet in the meta. It's obviously still the tank junglers, the utility junglers, holding on to the grasp as king of the junglers. But on the hands of Kyrie, they certainly made that Lancelot work.
That's why you thought that the Ling was going to be picked up, right?
Yeah,
in the
they
draft.
banned it. And I'm like,
they banned
what?
it. They picked up the Lancelot. He's like, okay, I still have a lot in my arsenal. No worries. Can still utilize that to the utmost potential. And it's insane. Lancelot, utility, he looks so comfortable.
As a Filipino import coming into Indonesia, he was able to find comfort super fast. Obviously, with the secret lab chair that he's sitting on when he's competing, and even back at home. So go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself the secret lab right now. The official gaming chair partner of MPL ID Season 10. What you see here is the Titan Evo 2022, fully magnetized, fully customizable as well. In the backrest system, the handrest system, the cushion right here, that's magnetic. The magnets are so strong, it took away my pin once. Almost took away your pin. You gotta check, because
I had to check.
It's super strong, the magnets, and you guys can sit in incredible comfort for a very long time, especially when it comes to pushing rank, casting anything productive, or even if you just want to chill, Eterna.
Yeah.
I saw that. But
Try to be smooth about it. Can you change the topic?
No. Okay. Joji, how are you liking the secret lab chair?
Well, as you can see, I have not a fat body, but a wide body, and this still fits me really, really well, and even I can still put all my back in this chair without even touching any size of it.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
Yeah, fun fact, it's also customized to your size. You can get it in S, R, and XL if I'm not mistaken. But
yep.
That's
Small,
crazy.
regular, and XL.
Exactly.
It's insane, but what is insane too is you invest in comfort, now it's time to invest in gold. With the value that you can get, I got 2.
I want one.
You know what? Sharing is caring, and because it's Ube S Gold,
Thank you, Miracle.
there you go.
And you did not have any more to me.
Check your breast pocket. Boom. I'll put it there. Magician.
Holy.
What?
Magic, ladies and gentlemen. Invest in gold with Ube S Gold X MPL Season 10. Starting from 100,000 IDR, you guys can get free MLBB skins with the limited edition MPL X Ube S Gold right here. Get yours from ubeslifestyle.com, Ube S Lifestyle e-commerce, and obviously Blee Ube S Lifestyle.
I just realized that you are the blonde magician. Right?
How did you do that?
You are the blonde magician.
Yeah, I don't have one in my pocket.
How did you do that?
Wow.
Magic, man. I'm not even a mage user, so... Well, I have played
Caster.
mages in the gold lane, so...
Okay.
Caster by day, magician by night.
Okay.
Miracle.
You know what? Since we're talking about magic, these phones right here on stage are magical as well. The right word is awesome, because you guys can get your hands on these awesome phones right now. Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, the amazing phone with 5G ready. It's time for you, Choji, to tell us a little bit about the specs.
Well, with 8 GB of RAM and 256 GB of memory, you can store all the games that you want to play. And even with the 120 Hz refresh rates, this makes your Mobile Legends plays so much smoother, because this screen refreshes the frames for 120 frames per second.
Wow. Well, on that note, there's another wow here, as the standings have changed a bit. Okay, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. GeekFam back at 8th place.
Yeah, you're right. Geek Fam back in 8th place. We do see the top 2 is still going to be ONIC Esports as well as Aura Fire. So this sums up week number 5, guys. Did you feel it? Week 5 went by so quickly.
We're in the playoffs. What are we talking about? We're in the playoffs.
No, don't do me like that.
We're in the. Oh right, it's week 5. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Week 5. No, but honestly, it's just so crazy, right? The standings have been shifting so rapidly. Last week, Evos were at the top. Now they're 3rd. 2 weeks before, RRQ were number 1. Now they're 4th.
Bigetron Alpha, Rebellion Zion, and Geek Fam, they all need one game to win if they want to proceed up to the standings. And because we all see that these 3 teams has the same point at -5 points.
You're right. And they have 3 weeks left to finally switch it up into that safe zone. But on screen, Season 10 rankings. It's actually still Sutsujin coming in that first place position. Skylar has been dethroned.
But Kabuki is always is dethroned too by CW. As we can see that their points are the same, but I think
It's because they won, I think.
Yep, it's because of the game 1 makes CW takes the 3rd place.
There you go. But again, for CW and Kabuki, they are standing at the same points, right? 30, 30, and for Sutsujin and Skylar, they're tied for 1st place. So we have a tie for 1st place and a tie for 2nd place currently. Again, 3 more weeks for all these players and even the players that are not in the top 5 to catch up, right? With this though, it does show that maybe CW, with his objective playstyle, is just more efficient than Kabuki.
And then there's Facehugger.
Hi, Facehugger.
Facehugger's like, hey, don't forget me.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't change, but I'm here, right? Don't forget me.
Still
and Facehugger. He's always been low-key. He's always been very low-key in his performances as well. He carries the game, but like yesterday, he went 0-0-13.
Facehugger has a really insane stat. Is he like number 1 on most assists?
Most assists, yes.
So the man is just low-key. He doesn't take kills. He just enables his team with all the assists that he is able to get. And it shows, right? Both of these side laners pop off every single time. Not then, though, unfortunately, because they picked the Eve against a heavy dive comp, and whenever you put your ult there, it's going to be very dangerous. But ladies and gentlemen, with the insane match there, me, Mirko, Aetherna, and Choji, we're going to close off week 5 with a banger. Thank you for watching Season 10. We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di